Atambwe tuwe na tuwe ndarata nare na
tuka orole.
Ngoma tuwe.
Ai bodi to
Antipatike se tuwe man tuwe. Yes, na tuwe. Na tuwe ngona?
Kaka mananga.
Welcome back. Now we are stationed at the Pumbu Senior Secondary School here in Oshakati. Just stationed actually right outside us is actually where some hundreds of residents are seated heading into the polling stations to cast their vote. It's been a smooth process that we've seen so far, and what we've actually observed is the calm situation with the residents that are seated in the queues actually, having quite a good time mingling with one another, having discussions amongst one another, also talking about what exactly they are, how they can't wait to actually get into the polling station and finish this democratic process. But for now, we actually had to snatch some of them from there just to give us their views on what the experiences have been so far from the voting process. Now, with me here, I have Tatekuru Penda Yakangbangura, also going to be talking to us about his process. Also with us here is Job Mvula, who also is yet to cast his vote. Tatekuru, tangu neneshi komito chitatupinangwe.
Ewa tangu.
Turombanga tango manga kutia uvitengini nenget bana tameke ngapa meko wirinje watameke na okuya okuhokora watameke wapende po ngapi
ngamunda tameke ndapinduka mo ndumene ndapinduka pontano shoto ikachohamano mpea ngandie ndisomi ya moshipara de tandukirire po tango po unama yetu Oshakati mpono ndakara ponga ku ndasikipo petata yoheali ya nosomwero weguruka tatuimeni baringa tono omiko riri anya shoe shiri na grupe atugame kwa kombinga de pakangane tatu hegenga mpono twategera ngatwe monguru okuhogororera opone tu ndiri po kasimbo grupo nkwetu umwe gomoshitoporwa akuntana kucha ae umudi kwano kuno nkwe onle kwa grupe nga ndamana nale hukapo ipumbu aye kuza mono kapazinde kafiro o mavi tandiane ku ipumbu tandi tamekene ponkwe ompea twazikane tunime mirandura sano pamuta tuisamam
tuvite ngashwati kutia a grupe ya tura konkwe wao wana washiriwe twangao nde uvitengini ke siro henda njone mwapewa okamuni monkwe wonya amuke
aye esiroki na jone neno jisku pandurua tango pandura na pongo so ganjo maere no ka wiriki ya tukale kinga turikwepo tetuvure ku ya kurwambara sha grupi ya reza kuvurwa pamota tu no kukosa ponga sha shotwa pite nguro nene tushuvite shiwana waleta.
Okay. Kusharandura ko kukaya nemeni uvitengini kyo kerandura sana diriri po kantu mbaeri ponje me nkuyushi mangina muyameni
okukaya meni
natango ponga to kaya meni dishi
ngashi opotandika ameni
erandura sana diriri ponje shi watara o changin
aye erandura ndiwe tenga ojiri kwepo ya ondete nga kunjuka turamirandura sanompea ya yo varoro toshoruri nga kowetenga ngotabu ijenge ngange ya te agrupe tulinga monko mano otwete nga kucherandura sano lili kwepo unene tujo taziminenga okuwirikwa
umahoro shima sisi manu nene pamwe totinginika okunjuka mba nenge pamwe kantumba natangwina ya komahoro taipuranga kutia itehogora nena nenge nashisimana ndiogorere ototingini kuyomba thigara ke gumbo
shosheni pa ushiri wowene ehogororo oshini basasimana no jontuke ngero puna gonjuka nenge yamwe taipopire kujitika hogorora nena opite kosta iwaronda kos ehogororo oshima shontu mwene no semba oyo mwene toka hogorora omwirikingu wahara ka fushipesi miniko torombwero ashikengashi toningengashi mwene we uvite montima goye ndere bweto hogorora ne wiyo eta juvika nena shiri nena wangaka onge tatu hiyanga nengero puna mpono ye yara moma gombo tati tandiko Ai, na e ara ko mikweo. O mambo hatumbura tati kokuri aku si kwangura. Iro ara, piirimike, no kasi kangamo mi harajo hogororia, we togan yoe. So ndio te kuyoshi na wasike. Antona e kuma hogororo, ogapombo no konto.
Yeah, Job, thank you so much for joining us as well. You're also yet to cast your vote. How do you feel about the whole process so far? Perhaps talk to us about what time exactly you got at the polling station here at Ipumbu.
Okay, I got here around 6 in the morning. So I've been here since then. So I'm still waiting to go in.
All right.
Yeah.
It's very hot here in the north, especially. We're seeing it's about 23 or 25 degrees outside. How do you feel about, being in the hot sun, still waiting to go and cast your vote?
Yeah, I know the heat is too much, but that's not going to stop us because then we want to see changes and then we want to see our country get somewhere. So for us to do that, we just have to sit in the sun. It's not going to stop us.
Absolutely.
Welcome back. Welcome to this live broadcast of the elections, Namibia Votes 2024, as we bring you an update of what is happening, seeing that today, the 27th of November, millions of Namibians are definitely headed to the votes or have headed to the votes already, some still in the queues. That is, of course, to cast their votes for the presidential as well as the National Assembly elections.
Yeah, and we also happen to be in that number, by the way. We happen to go out there and exercise our democratic right.
We're statistics. We are part of the statistics.
We're part
now.
of the stats now.
Yes.
So there is still time. The polling stations are open until 9. And if you do come there before 9, you will still be allowed to exercise your right to vote until the last person that arrived before 9 is catered for.
That's right, and that is when the counting, session basically starts. That's right, Jonas.
So, talk to us, share your experience. I mean, I had a very quick and swift experience, and I think all in all, it just took around about 5 minutes. Maybe also maybe also depending on how well the machines were working. But the personnel were very, very professional, very, very helpful. And friendly as well, and it was just very good to see a lot of Namibians, weathering the Windhoek heat. We saw some of our colleagues all the way in Katima, Dishishi, and of course also John over there, also weathering the hot sun. I mean, you would know, you're from that part of the country.
Yes,
I'm just saying.
I don't know. I feel like the sun is perhaps the same everywhere, the heat.
Yeah.
It's just that, when we're in Windhoek, we are working, we're mostly in buildings, with the aircon and stuff. But when we go home, back to the north, we're expected to be working in the fields. We're expected, to go out to walk, fetch wood, fetch water and stuff. So I feel like we experience more heat in the north because we are outside, But here, it's perhaps the same, but we are in offices, so we don't actually experience it.
But I've experienced the 4-0 heat.
The 4-0 heat.
That's on another level.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. So Jonas and I have been preaching this whole morning how it's important for one to basically exercise their democratic rights. We went out there. Most of you are perhaps wondering how is it that we've been in studio all morning and, we actually went to go vote. Some of you perhaps have been in, the queues ever since, perhaps 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Well, I think we're one of those ones that basically got lucky and, got prioritized.
Absolutely. And I think we need to thank each and every person over there that understood the job that we do, which is considered essential as well.
Yeah.
And once again, thank you for them for allowing us to quickly go in and out to exercise our.
It was very peaceful. Nobody argued. I did not see eyes. People are like, yes, why are they going in? But we love it. We actually got to exercise our democratic rights. So we hope you are also, doing the same. For everybody that is tuning in right now, thank you so much. This is the special broadcast brought to you. That is, of course, by the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. I'm Dapewa Ambambi.
I'm Jonas Mbambo.
That's right. We'll bring your company, that is of course until late, as we bring you an update all over Namibia as to what is happening and how the atmosphere basically is.
Okay, well, I'll be crossing over to Kabas, where Leslie Shueda and the rest of the team are on standby to bring us up to speed as to what's happening over there in terms of Election Day.
Hello and welcome from the capital of Maheke region is Kabas. We are here still on Namibia votes, and some small subsection is called the Maheke vote, which we are taking a snapshot on democracy in action. All the voting stations across the country opened at 7 o'clock this morning, and Maheke region and Kabas in particular was no different, where we really saw a steady flow of voters from all walks of life coming to fill up the queues. And also the slope of the voters is that it really started off very high, because in the morning it was nice and cool, and the people could brace the heat, because it has reached up until the degrees of 36 degrees Celsius right here in Maheke region and in Kabas. We'll be here with you for at least an hour or so as we hear voter stories, speaking to guests and voters and analysts to be able to see how the mood is and what the logistics have been. I'm not alone here to be able to kick off this part of the show. I'm joined by Joseph Amwandi, the Regional Electoral Officer of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Shueda. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Yeah, let's get off to things started off very well. Let's give us an overview. What have you observed since 7 o'clock this morning? What has been the biggest challenges?
Well, things kicked off very well, as you said. All our polling teams started at 7. Although there were a few that didn't have tents, we found that we were busy delivering tents to these teams. But then they were under the shades of trees, but they have started at 7, and we delivered the amenities that they needed, and everything kicked off quite well.
What were the highlights? Because obviously most of the time people look at challenges, but I'm sure there were some good highlights. What were the highlights?
The highlights is the sheer number of voters who turned out and who are still out there brazing the sun, to be out there in the scorching heat to just get the chance to exercise their democratic rights. So that is a very good point to us, that even this number, there is a lot of young people who many of us were maybe expecting not to turn up, but they have turned up quite well, and we are very happy with that.
Mobile stations, how have they fared in the region? Have they really been mobile, or have they gone to places and been steady or be stationed there because of the large number of people?
Yes, most of them were delayed in terms of leaving that point to the next point. That tells you that that point had a lot of people coming there. But then by law, we shouldn't leave people hanging, so we have to finish them before we move on to the next station. But then what we are doing is, as we are busy past the hour, we also inform the next polling station that we are a bit delayed, we will come there.
Okay.
Yes.
With regard to we've spoken about, let's talk about the logistics. How have you found it? I know that, is it a quick process to be able to get in and out of there from what you've experienced?
Yeah, there was a bit of a challenge with logistics, like I said, in terms of tents. We had to get them from the capital, from the head office. So some of us drove overnight, getting them here and then now delivering them to the different constituencies and polling stations. So we didn't have had any wink of sleep, but we managed as a team. We split ourselves fairly and equally amongst the constituencies and the polling stations, but we delivered most of them before 7.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
With elections comes a lot of challenges. Talk to us about the elderly and the pregnant. How are they being treated in these queues?
Yes, we have a special queue for the category of people that you mentioned. It's the elderly, it's the pregnant, and then people with disabilities. But we have also added that anybody who have any ailment or any sort of sickness that is declared by a doctor in writing, we are also treating that person special, so that especially in this scorching heat, so we need to handle this person so that they can at least get to vote and then go rest at home.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like where we are, we're at the Coalition Center. Right now, it's nice and quiet, as you can see behind us. But obviously, at some point after 9 o'clock today, it'll become a hive of activity. I just wanted us to go through some of the challenges that a polling station might be able to expect. Is the number of ballot papers. Do they have enough ballot papers? Or simply put, let me reverse this question like this. Will we see a shortage of those ballot papers in Kabas constituency or even in Namaheke, in your view?
Hopefully not. In Kabas, we feel we still have enough. But then we are receiving news here and there that other polling stations are running out in other constituencies. But then we are allowed to transfer a ballot book from one polling station to another as long as there is accounting evidence of elect 31 that have to be signed by the issuing team and also by the receiving team. So we first started sharing this between the polling stations within the constituency, and then we are now going into looking at the neighboring constituency, and we might even, if we have shortages, go to neighboring regions just to balance so that we have books at all the polling stations.
Mm-hmm. Now, can you just take us through that process once more? The preliminary results, where will they be posted? Will they be posted at the polling station or only here at the Coalition Center?
They start at the polling station. For a team, that once the team is done counting, then they then have to post their results at that polling station. And in terms of mobile teams, because they are going to different places, but then in the end, by 9, they will be ending at one venue. That is where they will then post all their results of all the polling stations that they have traveled on the day.
Okay, so what that means is that if a team, for example, is stationed at Nassopville, they'll have to stay there until 9 o'clock,
yes,
until they're done with all the voters. And by done with all the voters, that there's no more people in the queue. And then they can start counting so that they can have the preliminaries. Is that correct?
Yes. Maybe just a statement to make it clear. It's everybody who was in the queue at 9.
Okay.
Yes, everybody who is found in the queue at 9, by 9 o'clock, we inform the police officer to go stand behind the last person in the queue. All the people in front of the police officers have to vote, no matter the number.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And then only after then can the counting resume?
Thereafter, then the team can take a break just to at least have a breather of maybe 10, 15 minutes, and then counting can commence.
Who will be overseeing the counting at the polling stations?
At the polling stations, it's the team that was at that polling station who do the counting. Mm-hmm. So they are now election officers or polling officers. They become again counting officers, read again by the presiding officer, who is the overall in charge in that polling station.
Okay, so that we can get those preliminaries.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Amandi, I'll just keep hold of you. But also in Kabas here, it was no different. The first citizen of this region was the first one to be able to cast his vote. Honorable Piyon Ganate, the governor of Maheke region, as well as the mayor of Kabas as well. She was also among those first ones to be able to cast their votes this morning. And let's quickly have or take a listen as to some of the stories of the people that we met this morning as they were exercising their democratic right.
The people's reactions have been very overwhelming. I've never seen such a campaign unless the 1989 one. Even myself voting is like I'm voting for the first time. You do not want to make a mistake by moving out of the box. And it's like a new excitement. It's feeling so well to just vote again and just vote for change, just vote for prosperity, just vote for shared prosperity, and vote for a future that is a future secured for our children and grandchildren. So the fact that so many young people are already in the queues early in the morning tells me that patriotism and love for motherland is really overwhelming. So I just hope that the elections will go fairly out and that the winner will win and that we all will celebrate this country and the country's greatness and that it will be in honor of those whose blood waters our freedom. It has been a long journey ever since candidates were identified from political parties. It's been a campaigning back to back. People have been running around, we have been canvassing for votes, people have been dancing, people have been singing. Today we are at that place where we are all silent with only our thoughts and making crosses at our preferred candidates. The country have come up in big numbers at all the meetings and rallies, and the country is also in big numbers in all the lines that you witness around the whole Omaheke. And the country is there busy making history in the sense that amongst the male candidates, there is a female candidate, and it might be our next president who will be elected. So we're all making history, either by voting her in or just simply by voting a ballot paper on which one woman is amongst all men. So we're making history. It's like we're fighting for the soul of this country. We're fighting for the soul of this country so that it can never go back. We are back at 1989, where we all were fighting for the independence of this country, and today we're fighting for voting for prosperity, for employment creation, for so many goods. And I want to urge all Namibians and all people of Omaheke to come out in big numbers and to come and cast their vote at the right place of their choice. Yeah, now I also want to applaud ECN for their wise counsel by defeating the almost strike that took place, by giving in and by being the bigger party and making sure that these elections are going on. Until a day, we were not sure whether we will really be voting with the youth demanding for better allowances. But ECN was wise to not give up on motherland, but to rather give in to the demands of the youth. And I believe the officials working for ECN are now more encouraged, more positive. They're looking more forward to deliver a service. The party agents are all here from different political parties, also to observe, also to make sure that justice is done, that no one will cry foul and say, I have been robbed. So the spirit is high. And I want to thank also the NBC and MICT for the way they are covering these elections and making sure that the message goes out.
And that is the first citizen of the Omaheke region, Governor Pio Nganate. They're giving his insight as to how exciting it was for him to be able to go there. And he's saying that it felt like almost back in 1989 when the first presidential and parliamentary election was held in Namibia. Now, Omaheke region obviously has got the lowest number of registered voters. From what you've seen, do you expect to see a large numbers of maybe undecided voters that would not become, or do you foresee that because of the turnout that you have seen, that we might be hitting 90s and upwards in terms of percentage?
Yes, our hope is that we hit the 90s, because the turnout, especially in the morning, was very impressive. And we are anticipating that in the evenings, as the temperature cools, and then maybe as some of the people get off from work, again also with the nature of many people who like turning up at last minute, we are anticipating that again this number will pick up, and then we'll have a lot of people that have turned out. So I believe in Omaheke we might go to the 90s again. Okay.
When do you expect the first ballot papers to start arriving here at the Coalition Center?
That is now very difficult to predict, Mr. Shweda, because the teams have to finish voting and then finish counting, and then after paste the results at the polling station, and then only thereafter come to the collection center.
Okay. So this is not a rushed process in any way?
No, it's not a rush process, and there are also counting agents in these counting venues. So they have the right, if they feel that, okay, we should recount again, they have that right. Because it shouldn't be a rush, but rather let's opt for efficiency so that we have the right number of votes for each candidate and for each party.
Yeah. How about party agents and observers that have been around? We've seen some at the Paco Community Hall. Have you had any engagements today? What has their role been? How has their demeanor been to observe this election?
Party agents have, from what I have seen, have been well behaved. They are there as watchdogs for their political parties or their candidates, and they are there to watch and make sure that everything goes fairly, because we are advocating for fairness and credible elections, so the party agents are there to make sure that this is met. And we do not have any crashes, although there were a few that came without their forms, their Form 15, which then identify them that they are the party agents for that specific polling station. But then at times we were a step ahead. We made copies at the office, and then we produced this for that polling station for the person to identify themselves.
Okay.
Yes.
So party agents and also SADC observers being seen here in the Maheke region and in Kabas in particular. Before we went to that insert where we saw the governor giving us his insiders on how it was and how the process went for him. I also mentioned about the mayor of Kabas, Madam Shiramba, who also voted. Let's quickly take a listen as to how her process went.
I had casted my vote already at Jazobel A space, and I'm urging all the Namibians, especially in the town of Kabas, to go and cast their vote, because if you can't vote, then you are a mute person. But if you vote, you had voted for your right, and you had exercised your right as a Namibian, as per our constitution, and then anything that is happening in Namibia is going to work according to your vote, because with the vote you can talk for anything that is not well and so on. And I'm urging all young ones, especially the young people, they must just come out, because this election is very important, because it's more about their future.
I have to beg your pardon there. It's Governor, Your Worship, Melpa Shodongoro there. We'd like to ask for forgiveness. But nonetheless, we move on, and that was an encounter at the polling station. A lot of people really going out there, prominent figures, to be able to go exercise their democratic right. Now, Mr. Amandi, let's talk about your checklist. What do you do next after this between now and 9 o'clock? And by the time the team comes here, what needs to be prepared for the team to arrive, etc., etc.?
As a matter of fact, the teams already at the polling stations, they have different forms that they have to fill. Maybe just to point out a few. The polling agents plus the election agents, the party agents, have to take an oath of secrecy, and there's a form that they have to sign. So every person who comes in there as either a polling official or an agent have to take that oath of secrecy, and then a form is filled out in their name. And then there's also other forms, let me say the Form 27, where a person is appearing to have a voter's card, a valid one, but then he is not appearing on our system. This person is a valid voter because he have a valid voter's card. But then we have to now note down that voter registration number, and then the person can go ahead and vote.
What happens during that process? Because that is also very important. Even if that person has been noted down and that voter registration number has been noted down on another form, when is that verification then completed eventually?
We have auditors and verifiers at the collection center. So they are registered on the system. They are then going to audit some of these forms that I'm talking about. And then there are other forms like there's one where if a person is displaying any indelible or invisible ink, then unfortunately this person is asked not to proceed because they are showing to have voted. And then there are other forms like Form 39, where we record, just for accounting purposes, all the people voting outside their constituencies. Because in the end we might find that, okay, Kabas, we have only registered 19,000 people in Kabas constituency, but then in the end we might have 25,000 voters. So that accountability now to say, okay, this person voted in Kabas, but he's either from Swakopmund or from Oshakati. So we also note those down just to have accountability.
To be able to have accountability.
Yes. So all these forms, then the parties, the teams have to come with them to the collection center.
I remember 2 days ago, about just before the election started, I was asking you this question about the duplicate card. So that team ceased to exist yesterday already. So no more duplicate cards, electoral cards was being issued today.
Yes, that period ran from the 18th of November until the 26th, and this team was working in the constituency offices, just one central point in each constituency. And then they used to work from Monday to Friday from 8 to 5. They stopped their work yesterday at 5. And then the teams were deployed back to Kabas. And then they brought all the Form 9s that they have entered to register, to produce these duplicate cards.
Now, when the counting, for example, will be done here, also, can you just elaborate a little bit on that? What then happens? Do we then get those results after they've been verified here as the official results, or do they only then get to be sent to head office and then they can then be verified as the official results?
Yes, the results comes here, then they are verified by the returning officer, all of them, and then put together now of all the polling stations, or let me say all the teams, and then they are sent to CERC, which is the Central Electoral Result Center, and then they are then produced as the results for that specific constituency.
Well, Mr. Amandi, I think that's about it. I know that you are pressed for time as well. There are so many teams that are waiting for you. Your phone has been on flight mode during our interview, and I'm sure that you're itching to be able to move. So I'd like to say thank you so much for this interview.
Okay, thank you so much for having me, sir.
All right, Regional Electoral Officer for Kabas, Mr. Joseph Amwandi, giving me an insight as to what are the intricacies, the ins and out. And also, like I said yesterday, Maheke region has got 7 constituencies, starting from Kabas itself, Kalahari, we've got Okorukambe, then we've got Oshombinde, Aminus, Oshinene. Those are some of the constituencies that we have got. And also, I just wanted to cross over to Mr. Charles Shatindi, who is in the Oshinene constituency, just so that we can find out what are the voter stories from the Oshinene constituency. Charles. Well, unfortunately, I'm told that Mr. Shatindi is not available right now, and we'll try and re-establish contact. Let's quickly move on and get to some more voter stories in and around Kabas. Today, Kabas comes alive as residents exercise their democratic right to vote in the national elections. The atmosphere is filled with anticipation and determination as voters gather at polling stations across the town. Here at the Kabas Municipality polling station, the governor of Omaheke was the first to cast his vote, setting the tone for the day.
The people's reactions have been very overwhelming. I've never seen such a campaign unless the 1989 one. Even myself voting is like I'm voting for the first time. You do not want to make a mistake by moving out of the box. And it's like a new excitement. It's feeling so well to just vote again and just vote for change, just vote for prosperity, just vote for shared prosperity, and vote for a future that is a future secured for our children and grandchildren. So the fact that so many young people are already in the queues early in the morning tells me that patriotism and love for motherland is really overwhelming. So I just hope that the elections will go fairly out, and that the winner will win, and that we all will celebrate this country and the country's greatness, and that it will be in honor of those whose blood waters our freedom.
The governor's enthusiasm is mirrored at other voting stations in Kabas. At the Parko Community Hall, we found a steady stream of voters braving the heat to ensure their voices are heard.
I'm here to vote because I wanted to be the first one to vote. And currently, now, but the situation is calm. We are so very happy and excited. You can see the queue. We are really waiting for this moment.
The voting process is progressing smoothly here at Parko. For those who've already cast their ballots, the moment brings a sense of fulfillment.
Came here about 7. Line was not that long, but it's moving quite well. It's moving fast. It's not an issue of we have not experienced any delays. People are happy. As you can see, the lines are ever growing, and it's when we had the discussion about voter turnout, this is exactly what we wish to have seen. We anticipate a good turnout. In fact, our colleague drove around a bit and saw that some lines are even far longer than this one, especially in town, and it's also good to see the diversity of people that have come out. So we do expect to have a good one, have a fast process, and tomorrow we'll start getting the results. And it's election day, and the clarion call for everyone to, of course, make the time to go out and vote. It's your democratic right, and the decision you make today will influence the next 5 years for our country.
In Tamara location, the turnout is equally impressive. This diverse community is showing up to make their voices heard. Here, excitement mingles with challenges as some voters express concern about logistical delays.
Yes, I arrived here at 6 o'clock in the morning to be the first. Already there's people who were in front of me. It shows that people are very keen to vote because people are in need of change. All of us are sick and tired of the same promises, the same happenings for 34 years. So what we are doing now is to bring change to ourselves to come and vote. If you don't vote, you cannot expect change. And change is the one that is fighting poverty, hunger, disease, and ignorance in our country. So we as voters are able to control whoever is going to rule and govern this country. So if you don't go and vote, you promote hunger and you choose to die because of hunger. But if you go and vote, you can tell your leaders, I'm hungry. Bring the food because you promised me food and water. So the people that are here are doing a very good job. However, the election commission is very slow. Instead of having 10 people under that tent to help us, they only have 2 persons there. And then they first help the disabled and the elder people, which is correct. But what about the rest? So they are making the process to vote unattractive. There's not even water here. There's not even a toilet. If my stomach is now going to run, where will I go? If I run too far, then I will not come back to go and vote. Make vote more attractive, then we can choose better leaders. And the better leaders must be assessed every 3 months. I must look at that leader, whether you do your work or not. If you don't do your work, you get out, or we get rid of you. Because I'm going to fight poverty to stay alive as a colored leader of the coloreds. I am colored.
Meanwhile, in Nosopville, the families and first-time voters are lining up with a sense of pride. The energy here speaks to the community's determination to participate in this democratic process. At the Kabas constituency office, located in Road Camp, voters continue to show up steadily throughout the day. The EC arrangement here ensure that every resident has access to cast their vote efficiently.
Nosovel Open Space A. Yeah, we start today with the actual voting. People are here. I can see they are queuing up. At first in the morning, the line was not so big, but now I can see the line is they are increasing. But I see it's manageable. There were a few challenges in the morning, but yeah, we managed to open on time. So basically, we are on, people can come, we are ready. Yeah.
Apart from fixed polling stations, the ECN has also deployed several mobile teams to serve areas without permanent facilities. At one of these mobile stations, the mayor of Kabas cast her vote, joining residents in celebrating this crucial day.
I had casted my vote already at Turnout A space, and I'm urging all the Namibians, especially in the town of Kabas, to go and cast their vote, because if you can't vote, then you are a mute person. But if you vote, you had voted for your right, and you had exercised your right as a Namibian, as per our constitution, and then anything that is happening in Namibia is going to work according to your vote, because with the vote you can talk.
As the day unfolds, Kabas stands as a symbol of hope and democracy. From fixed voting stations like Epako and the Kabas constituency office to the mobile station reaching out to underserved areas, the ECN has ensured every voice has a chance to be heard.
The logistics has been going hectic the past 2 days since getting material. This morning I had an issue with setting up my tent, but everything is fine, everything is underway. The voters are having a great turnout. The numbers are good and everything is going great. As for the experience, it has been an experience that I am going to enjoy a lot. Everything is going to be fine.
From the first vote cast by the governor to the stories of every citizen, Kabas has shown that democracy is alive and well in the Maheke region. The election day journey continues with the hope that every voice will count in shaping the future of Namibia. Well, and those are the voter stories from different walks of life, the hardship, the challenges, and the highlights that they have experienced at the polling station. And we will still be continuing our discussion here, where we will be more like putting that
We're very excited about this elections because I don't think that there will be a lot of voters' apathy. A lot of people feel the need to be part of this process, and they are doing so, declaring their interest and will to do so by even experiencing the hot sun in some instances where there are long queues. And so it is quite refreshing to see that a lot of Namibians want to exercise their democratic right to vote.
Zelen, how has it been for you?
I think quite happy with the turnout. I remember yesterday we had some form of conversation around will we go back to 2019 where we had 40%? How is it most likely to go? And by the look of things, it's quite refreshing to see that a lot of young people have really come out to vote, bear the heat, stand in the sun, and I think they understand that what they are standing in line for is their future, and that they just can't leave it to chance and not vote and complain for the next 5 years. So I think so far so good. We have seen pictures, videos being uploaded about other lines in the Kabas and other constituencies. And I think so far the region as a whole, and we hope by extension the country, will really record a good voter turnout.
Maheke, obviously, lowest registered voters, 48,240, somewhere in that range, or is that is the official number that we've gotten. But the numbers really, Brenda, looks like those people that will not be going to the polling station, as opposed to the 40% the previous election, this could be a different picture.
Definitely, this is already a different picture, and one would hope that it is reflected as such, that the mechanisms are in place to allow for the very people that are so keen on voting to get an opportunity to do so. Because oftentimes I think there's a cut-off time for the exercise. I think these are the rules and regulations, so, but one would opt and hope for an ECN team that understands the dynamics and that sort of propels the movement or ease of movement in the process, so as to allow for the people, as you said, who have come out in numbers or maybe even beyond the numbers.
But what do we attribute this large turnout to? Because last time when these elections were here, a lot of people were reluctant to come, but now this time around, so many people are out there. Social media presence, maybe?
Social media, and in addition to that, I think it's patriotism. I think it's important for us to have an understanding that ultimately we are doing this for Namibia. So if people have a greater understanding of their role, individual role in the process, what it entails to be Namibian, the importance of you playing your part as a Namibian, you would go to great lengths to be part of a process that allows you to be a decision maker. Because once you cast your vote to elect representatives, you are then, by extension, also providing a voice within a particular setup. So the information, I think, has been carried on, and people now have a better understanding of how it works and the dynamics of that. And that is why I'm saying it's a positive endeavor, and it also shows that we are moving in a positive trajectory as a country to have a people that have an understanding of the politics and matters of bread and butter and issues that pertain to their livelihood, and that are willing to go out and make sure that they are part of that process. So social media, but in addition to that, maybe the love of our country, Namibia, in addition to that.
Maybe the love of our country, Namibia.
Yes.
Let's talk about your experience right there at the polling station, from verification to casting your vote to throwing your paper right where it's supposed to go. How smooth or quickly was it, or how challenging or anxious was it for you to remember that this is where I decided that I must put my cross?
Yeah. I think the process did go quite well. What perhaps made my voting process longer was that it was in my neighborhood, and I thought, I will be one of the first people, let me just go around 7. I got there around 7, and oof, there was a line. But in the build-up to that, having now reached the booth, it was quite a quick process. They put you under UV light, finish that process, verify. It was quite a quick process, and they even take the time to just explain the two ballot papers. But perhaps, to my surprise, we found that many young people, many young adults, seemingly was not aware that they can have 2 ballots, and was not aware that they're also going to vote National Assembly. It might not have been because there was not enough awareness around it. It might have just been perhaps that they were not exposed to information. So you found that ECN officials had to take the time to explain both forms, and that really, it was interesting to see that on election day, there's someone going to vote, but in their mind, they're just going to vote for a president and not for National Assembly. And just seeing how all of that unfolded was quite interesting to see.
Yeah, I think it's very important that people go out there and vote, because there are some very pressing issues that the leaders of this country will have to tackle almost immediately, regardless of who it is. Obviously, housing, education, health, a good healthcare system, all of these things would have to be at the top of the agenda. But we were just speaking to Mr. Amwandi a while ago that the polling station will close at 9 o'clock, but then that would mean that all the people will have to have voted then. What do you anticipate will happen towards the end of the day? Because towards the middle part of the day, about 3-4ish, you would see that the number at the polling station reduces. Part of that, an attribute to that is the sun. Obviously, it's scorching hot out there. But there were some people that were working at different outlets. Will that come and make that number peak towards the end of the day?
Leslie, then one would have to, or ECN in this instance, would have to ensure that, like I said earlier on, that mechanisms are placed to ensure that those that have come out in numbers are accorded the opportunity. If there's a cutoff time of 9 o'clock in the evening, then surely one would have to go and see how best to address the issue of people standing in long queues, to ensure that our people are not exposed to too much of the sunlight, because that could cause for some of them to faint in some instances if they have health problems. So we will have to look for ways and mechanisms to ensure that our people get the opportunity they deserve, so that come 9 o'clock, most of them have been taken care of, and the ones that are found in the queue at that particular time are then the ones to be taken care of, because we would not want to have a situation where people have to go back home and they had not been accorded an opportunity to exercise their democratic rights.
And that brings me to another question. I was actually discussing it with Dylan yesterday about interventions and trends in the world, whereby in this day and age, that isn't it about time that Namibia moves towards another option of being able to vote online? Yeah. We were talking about it, that people can, there's secure ways to be able to transfer money from here to an Alibaba or an Amazon website to go and buy something. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Absolutely.
So if there are those secure ways, why can we not have those secure ways to be able to vote online and not have all these queues?
Leslie, development in itself is a continuous process. So in as much as we have done certain things a particular way, there comes a time when we have to evolve. So we have to look at ways, as you said, as you've discussed it with Dylan yesterday, to say that we've been doing queues, we understand the dynamics around having queues. There are other avenues and platforms within the fourth industrial revolution where we have access to internet, where we can allow for the ones that have access to internet to do so online. And then we allow for people to have an opportunity, because the objective at the end of the day is to ensure that we maximize and ensure that people get the opportunity they so well deserve. So again, development is a continuous process. So we should be in a position to move in a space as a country that allows for us to cater for that.
Dylan, also, let me just get your views on this one. I know that probably should have landed this one at the doorstep of Mr. Amwandi, but I didn't. But also, ablution facilities at some of these polling stations, they were non-existent, but you would expect people to stand there for long hours, and sometimes when they felt the need to go, they would have to either take a taxi or drive and go back home, or wherever the nearest one is. How much of a hindrance that would be, do you think?
I have observed that indeed today it was definitely a hindrance. You found elderly people that came from far, and they came with their chairs, they came with their sun hats, they came prepared. But there then came a time where, my son, please hold this, I'm quickly going. I'll be back, but you would know, okay. And it was really an inconvenience because for some of these old people, they would like to be stationed, like to be calm, wait for the voting process. You are already in the sun. So it was definitely a hindrance, but it's not like it's not a problem that could have been solved. They could have just taken us to the hall. They could have taken us to the school that was nearby. That would have, of course, the necessary ablution facilities to accommodate. So definitely, I think in the planning of polling stations, some of these considerations must be looked into to ensure that the voting process is smooth, it's efficient. You're already stressing about whoever you're going to vote for. So you wouldn't want to have extra stress and
where are you having that
where
stress?
you are going to take put the eggs and whatnot. So there's already a lot that is going on in your mind, and you wouldn't want to be hindered by ablution facilities and the sun and all of that. So I don't think it's a problem that can't be solved. Let this voting happen in schools, let them happen in community halls, and I think the process can be more efficient in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's also very reassuring that so far we've not had or heard of any reports coming from any of the polling stations within the region as far as we're concerned, even beyond the borders of the Maheke region, where there have been scuffles or pushing and so on. And that shows you to the peacefulness of that process. Yeah, and how important is that? Because the importance of peace and stability is one that cannot be underestimated or understated as well. I've had the opportunity to travel to so many countries, and once I went to an African country, let's not mention names, but once you get there, you get this big hole in a building, and you start asking them that, was there a problem with the crane, maybe something hit it? But no, it wasn't. It was a cannon bullet that hit there. And those are the very important things that we take for granted every day.
No, Leslie, thank you for the questions. And I think Dylan and I share the same sentiments in that we understand and appreciate the significance of our accolades, our achievements as a country. We've come very far. When you speak of peace and stability, those are synonymous with Namibia. We are forerunners on the continent of Africa and the world in the respect that we have achieved so much the past years, the past 34 years. And the reason why you ask the questions about what could have been done better in the respect of voting is because of the fact that, again, development being a continuous process, it is imperative for one to have an understanding that there's room for improvement. When you say you've traveled to other countries where things are done somewhat in a questionable manner, and you find yourself asking the question, but could you not have done it differently? That's exactly the type of conversations we'd like to have as Namibians. Remember you said, could it be social media? And then I said, it could also be patriotism. So for the love of Namibia, if there are certain areas that may need improvement, it is now up to us to have these conversations. If we needed to have ablution facilities here and there, again, as Namibians, we need to advise each other in those respects. So we really need to understand that the peace and stability and the tolerance that the Namibian people exercise is directly linked to their love for Namibia. Standing in the sun, burning, in order for you to cast your vote is because you love your country so much so that you would want for your country to continue doing good in the respects that it is doing good in, to improve even in some cases with the good that it is performing in, and to also take care of the challenging areas that may cause a problem or hindrance to you personally.
My next question is to both of you. How important do you think are the underdogs, the losers in this election? Because whoever, let's not even talk about the winner, because the winner will be shouting triumph. But the losers are the very important ones, because they are the ones that have to maintain the peace and stability. They have to be mature enough to be able to say that we concede this defeat. How important are they?
I do think they're very important, and for all of our elections, we've really had a scenario where, yes, there were court cases and challenging of elections, the validity, we had the EVM scandals and whatnot, but in the end, the recognition was there that before any of these elections, we are all Namibians. We are all going to form part of government one way or the other, and we're all going to have an opportunity to contribute to the agenda of national development. So they're definitely quite very important in the essence that they are the ones that will put the interest of the country first above any political interest. And there is, of course, the expectation going into this election. They've campaigned, they've given out their message, and of course, they've received votes. I don't think there's going to be any party that will go out without having received a single vote. So I think definitely they are key players in maintaining peace and stability, and the messages, we expect that the messages that they will speak here on is, let us support the results, let us accept the results, let us now go back and see how we can support the government of the day, and do not see ourselves as an opposition, but see ourselves as an aid in ensuring that the government of the day succeeds. You wouldn't want the government of the day to fail, because that is where the issues of unemployment would. So people believed in a certain manifesto, and this is the plan of action the people has chosen. We must now take it upon ourselves to support that plan of action.
Do you think that our politicians or those political leaders are mature enough to be able to, at the end of this election, and at this juncture, I'm only talking about the losers, that they will be able to accept defeat, and then we can move out, hopefully without, with very little court cases and hindrance and all these back and forth? Like it just happened in Botswana. A phone call was made that we concede defeat and we passed that hurdle. It was a good learning curve.
And Leslie, I think that is why Dylan spoke to that earlier on, to say that at the end of the day, and now I'm going to have a divergent view, sorry if I may.
That's fine.
I personally would think that there won't be any losers in this respect. Okay. Everyone becomes a winner, in that everyone would have participated in the process. And then I would like to further echo the sentiments of Dylan to say that I say this to say we are all winners in that we want a Namibia that is stable and peaceful. So if we have that at the back of our mind, if we are not mature enough, the time has come for us to develop that type of maturity to ensure that we do give support to the government of the day that emerges as government of the day, because we are still within that space. We are still the citizenry of Namibia. We're still Namibians at the end of the day. So we need to come together and forge a collaboration that allows for us to move together. So at the end of the day, even if there are grievances, there would be platforms at which they can be aired. But ultimately, I think each and every political party needs to have an understanding that it is for the greater good of Namibia if we all unite. We may be different.
Very good afternoon. Sorry for cutting that short. We'll be crossing over to NBC reporter Blanche Correces, who's currently at Dagbreek, to bring us the details of a latest development there. Blanche, over to you.
Here at Dagbreek School, the polling station here, it's a fixed polling station here, and we have just witnessed that there is a commotion in terms of, from what I am picking up, these are the police officers as well as the voters in the queue. What I'm picking up here is that some voters have been here since since 5 in the morning, and then are saying that they have given preference to the elderly as well as the vulnerable members of the vulnerable community. However, there are those who are able to queue, able to stand in the queue, who decided to jump the queues, and as a result, there's a misunderstanding. But from what you can see here, the police officers are on site trying to defuse the situation. I even asked one of the voters who has managed to make his way a little bit to the front, stating that he's actually the one who explained that these ones here are the ones who jumped the queue, and as a result they also jumped women, and those women as well as the elderly, and that did not sit well with them. So they are trying to diffuse the situation to get people to understand. We tried to speak to the presiding officer, who opted not to be quoted on camera, but said that all the communication is being channeled to the voters in the queue. We did also try to speak to the communications team at ECN, who referred us to the presiding officer on site. So that is what is happening. You can see the officers are hoping by all means to diffuse the situation, and that is what is happening here at the Dagbreek polling station. Earlier on, we did speak to those, some 2 women to be precise, who cast their vote after 7 to 10 hours in the queue, and they did advise that the Electoral Commission next time set a day aside for the elderly and the senior citizens to vote, as they did with the men and women in uniform during the special voting process, stating that such an approach could also in the future help when it comes to eliminating this type of problems, or just avoiding people to stand in the queues for 10 to 12 hours. Back to you guys in the studio.
That's our reporter Blanche Koresh is currently at a Dagbreek polling station, where she just gave a brief background on what transpired there in terms of a bit of a commotion that broke out in terms of people who came earlier on and decided to say, look, it doesn't matter if you're a senior citizen, we were here for much more longer time. And we did speak about that, Ndapewa, in terms of, you know, the priority that they are giving as senior citizens and expecting mothers as well, and persons with disabilities. But then there's also the other side of the coin. People have been there from
morning,
from the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah.
You know, the heat, you know, tensions can run high.
I mean, we do understand, you know, where the frustration is coming from, but also it also just comes back to, you know, the patients. Blanche also mentioned that there were a few people that were also, you know, cutting the line. We do understand the frustration, but patience, and I think also just working together, and we're very much thankful to the force, the Namibian police, just for also diffusing the situation there, and also just being on standby, just to help the people and also just understand where the issue is coming from, and also just addressing some of those issues. But for those that are still in the queue, well, polling stations only close. That is, of course, in the evening at 9 o'clock. If you've been there since morning, you know, we've been getting a few updates that, you know, some polling stations, the papers, some of the ballot papers, you know, have been finished, and they are waiting on some of those ballot papers. I think all we can do now is, you know, just be patient and, yeah, wait to exercise our democratic rights. And it will be very sad to see people actually, you know, leave the queue, Jonas, you know, when they feel like, oh, the papers are done, you know what, let me just go home. We can do this in the next 5 years. No, just be patient, wait for your turn, and perhaps just also, you know, find out from the presiding officers as to what is being done. Perhaps also just, you know, go to other polling stations where there are ballot papers.
And talking about other polling stations, we spoke to the HOD during the break, and they alerted me to some information that he got in terms of people who are going a bit out of town. You know, because they're under the impression that, you know, the polling stations there are much more empty compared to obviously the capital city, where it's much more populated, and which is now also being inundated, you know, by the pressure of, you know, people coming there. But it's also coming down to the question of whether, you know, the ECN officials are moving fast enough. And we did make mention of the fact that where we were, where we went to go cast our ballot, it was very, very quick.
It's a very quick process, you know, Jonas. We even timed it when the Prime Minister, you know, was voting It was a 3-4 minute, process. For us, it also, took 5 minutes. We do appreciate, that we had to come back in studios and, that everybody actually allowed us, to go further, ahead of them as much as they've been there, but also just to come back here to inform, educate, as well as entertain you as to what is happening with regards to the elections. But for everybody that is in the queue, we do apologize that you perhaps have to wait for long. We do apologize for some of the technical issues that are perhaps happening, perhaps ballot papers also, just finishing. But let's just practice patience, so when your turn comes, then you can exercise your democratic right. All right. Well, the founding president, Sam Nujoma, also joined many of the million Namibians in participating in the voting process, describing it as an important exercise. The Nujoma family cast their votes at the mobile station in Fintuk's Avis residential area. NBC's Blanche Cordesis was at the family residence.
Yes, Dapewa, we are here at the residence of the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, and I must say that himself and the family have cast their votes at a polling station right here in Windhoek. That goes to demonstrate about the democracy, the maturing democracy of Namibia, where you have the founding, and as well as the former presidents also casting their votes among the citizenry, the eligible voters themselves on the voting day. But to tell us as to how the process went for the family in general is the Minister of Labor and Industrial Relations, that's Minister Utoni Nujoma. Minister, thank you for welcoming us to the residence of the founding president as well as to talk to us.
Welcome yourself and the TV crew to the residence of the founding president and the former First Lady, Meme Kovambo Nujoma. Yesterday, when I passed here early in the morning, I asked my father and my mother, are you ready to vote? They said, no, tomorrow we will be ready. So today, early this morning, we came and he was upbeat. He said, we are going to vote now, and in the languages, we are going, atuka dengo shipuka. Yeah, so that's what happened, and we went immediately here to Avis. When we went in, he was upbeat, and we have done, and he said, I have fulfilled my democratic right to participate in building a peaceful and democratic Namibia. So what he said, we must encourage people, if they want to change things and do things, it's better to go to the ballot box where you can express yourself, and then that way is through a democratic process. We don't want things that happen that today there is a coup here. If you look sadly to the situation in Sudan, just one African country, a small country that was developing, two army chiefs are now fighting each other, and the result is devastating. The little infrastructure that was there is destroyed, and we go backwards again to 70 years. That is the example why it is always important to teach our children, our youth, that you have a way of expressing yourself through a democratic process. And we are happy. When we went there, I was very impressed. People are peaceful, they are sitting, they are joking, they are chatting, and they are ready to vote.
Now, Minister, the founding president has participated in the country's democratic election since 1989 to now. So how did he describe the process? How does he see Namibia as a democracy going forward, or from 1989 to now?
No, he's extremely pleased, and his wish is that every Namibian should at least have clean water. They must have access to health. They must have access to basic amenities. The workers must have their basic rights, so that a living wage and all these things. But also knowing that the country is dry prone, and we have a drought now as we are speaking. his wish was always to have a desalination plant. And he has been encouraging all President Pohamba, the late President Hage Geingob, may his soul rest in peace, to all President Bumba now, that why he see the sea is immense. It is an infinite resource. If we can tap the water there, and remember we are a uranium producing country. If we can just utilize the resources that we have, and I can tell you, Branch, when I remember at independence he was talking, we can turn this country, this desert into plantation, bananas, ananas, whatever fruit and vegetables. People are laughing at him. Now, because he had foresight and he has a big foresight, and he said we can turn this country. We don't need to look for very complicated resources. Let's desalinate the water, give the people the water, give the farmers the water, and they can do miracles.
So his wishes still stand for the Namibians.
We must use what we have. Thank you so much, Blanche Correces.
Thank you for talking to us.
Let it be a happy day, a happy voting day, and let the people exercise their democratic. Oh, yes.
But after the duty.
After the duty. Excellent. Just before. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you.
Well, Namibians, there you have it. The Labour Minister, Utoni Nuyoma, speaking to us from the residence of his papa, but our founding president. They just extending wishes, well wishes also from the founding president himself, that he's always upbeat, he's always in high spirits, and encouraging Namibians to go out and participate in the process, as your participation remains your voice.
Thank you so much, Blanche, for that update. We shift our focus now all the way down south, where Lukman Klute is on standby to bring us up to speed and what's happening in that part of our country.
We are here at the House Community Hall in our settlement, which resorts under the Ngamengus constituency. We arrived here at around 3 o'clock, and we have observed that there were no long queues as it was this morning in Ludritz. We could only observe that residents, eligible voters, come in drips and drabs to come and exercise their democratic right. We are joined here by the presiding officer of this polling station, Francina Angombe. Let's hear from her what is the situation, how the process went here. Thanks for joining us, to us about the process since it started this morning. How was the turnout, and how would you describe the turnout now?
Well, thank you very much. The turnout was actually greater than we expected, because we had people from Ludritz as well this morning. They drove all the way from Ludritz just to come vote this side. So it's really, I believe we had a great turnout.
Can you also talk to us how many votes have been casted so far?
Well, so far we have an estimate of 200, but not more than 200, since this is the town part of ours. So yes.
Your opinion on what will happen now in the afternoon? Is the turnout of voters going to pick up, or what do you think?
I believe it's definitely going to increase. Definitely, because we already have a group of people coming in now and then, but then definitely we are expecting more.
Thanks. That was the presiding officer, Francina Angombe. We are also joined by the party agents, a party agent representing IPC, and we wanted to know from her how she described the process since it started. How was the process for you, Mrs. Helene Enoch?
Since morning time, the process was very good, and people are even coming more. Some of them are coming from Ludritz, Ranyemoon, so it's very nice.
Well, that was the polling agents from IPC. She's very satisfied with the process so far. We also heard from the presiding officer, Francina Angombe, that the turnout this morning was good, but it has declined as the day is progressing. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Lukman, for that update on what's happening in Aus, also where some of the polling stations have been set up. And also, we saw that he also interacted with the presiding officer, who has mentioned that in the beginning it was quite, overwhelmed. But right now, I guess also with the pace maybe which they have carried out their duties, the numbers have dwindled slowly. Some of them have even made the trip from Lüderitz. And the IPC party agent also quite satisfied with the service being delivered by the ECN officials.
That's right. And it looks like, I think they're done voting, at that polling station, which I love it for them. And then voting, can start. Mm-hmm. Now, for all of our viewers, we want to, just give you an update on what you can look forward to for the next coming days and also today. Now, according to the ECN calendar, today, the 27th of November, voting will start, where we'll see 1.4 million, about 1.4 million Namibians who will basically be going to the polls, and that is today. Then from today, that is of course until the 29th of November, which is, by today I mean starting at the point where the last person votes. Yeah. When voting ends in each and every polling station, that is when the counting of the vote starts, and then the announcement of the elections results at constituency level will be starting. And I think that is also when we can start getting an update on the ECN app. For those that have it, you can always, for those that do not have it, pardon me, you can always get it on Apple Store as well as Google Play. Now, on the 30th of November, we are looking forward to the final verification and determination and announcement of the national election results. The overall results, perhaps, that is the aim. That is what the calendar basically tells us. So on the 30th of November, we are looking forward to the results of who the winners will be when it comes to, the presidential
and National Assembly elections.
That's right.
I have a feeling of, excitement and, that excitement of mixed with a little bit of like nervousness at the same time. If I'm feeling like that, I can only imagine how the political candidates, feel, in anticipation of the results. But like the president said earlier on, that look, whatever the result is, the Namibian people have spoken, and he said that right after he cast his vote earlier on today at Independence Museum. Let's quickly take a look at how the president and his spouse cast their vote at Independence Museum earlier on today, and also what he had to say post that.
I feel that I have done what a citizen should do. It is a duty, but it's also a privilege. Worldwide, not everybody has the right to vote, and to vote in an atmosphere of peace and inclusivity, that every citizen, young, middle-aged, and old, we have the same right. I have only one vote, like you, like anybody else. And the most important thing is that all our votes must be counted and counted properly.
Your Excellency, how did you find the voting process? Was it smooth?
I think we should be fair when other people are doing their work. And I think they are doing their work. There was no hiccup, at least in my process. I presented my card. I have my fingers marked. I got my papers. They are taking out all the details so that there could not be any doubt as to if we vote, what number, whatever, so that if there is any challenge, you have a full record for each and every individual.
As Namibians proceed to cast their votes and as we wait for the result, any message for the Namibian nation?
We cannot continue to give the people the message. Let the people decide. Today they decide, and they will tell us how they feel in their hearts, how they feel in their mind, and how they want their future to be. Let us give the Namibian people today. The sovereignty only belongs to the citizens. Belong to the citizens, and they will speak today. Whatever they say tomorrow, then we can comment.
And that was the inset focusing on the president casting his vote together with his spouse, Saskia Mbumba, as well. And also just once again coming back to the message of the power that the citizens hold and how it should be respected. And I like what he said like today is the citizens' day, it's the sovereign's day to decide. And also once again just emphasizing that this is a responsibility that a citizen should carry out, because it's a right that in many parts of the world some people do not have access to. As a matter of fact, in some countries,
all countries are democratic,
it's considered a privilege. Yeah.
Exactly, Jonas. No, and I love the fact that all of our leaders made it to the polls, starting off with the founding father of the Namibian nation, former president. We see the current president, the vice president, the prime minister. Most of the leaders, we're speaking about the governors, the constituency councillors, basically some of the heads of state made it, to the polls. And that is also just showing us as citizens that we need to follow in their footsteps. This is actually the right way to go.
As well as we also saw opposition leaders like Dr. Panduleni Tula also casting his vote and echoing the calls of the other leaders, national leaders, who have also stress the importance of participating in its very important democratic process in a country, once again, that is very peaceful. We saw Minister Utoni also touching a bit on that, where that if we do differ, it fortunately does not go to the extent where, tanks have to roll out and people go to war, and where the innocent person who has done nothing suffers. Like they say, when two elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. Fortunately enough for us, and hopefully we'll keep the status quo. Then the international community holds us in very, very high esteem in terms of how the level of transparency, the level of professionalism that goes into holding our polls. So we really are up there. Judging from what we have heard, we saw Ndishishi also speaking to a Swiss national who's based in Katima Mulilo, who expressed, one can actually say was very, very surprised. Like, wow, this is very, very
so much
peaceful.
Order here. Yes, I love it. Jonas, and as much as, we spoke about, chaos happening here and there, but that chaos was only people cutting the lines and also perhaps finding it unfair that other people have priority and others basically do not have that priority, although they were there, first before everybody else was there. I feel like we started off on a good note, polling stations opening at exactly 7 o'clock, at least most of them, because we got, a few reports here and there that some opened at 11 o'clock because the ballot papers were not there at the venue yet. But so far, free and fair elections, quite very peaceful. I am proud to say I am a Namibian.
Absolutely.
I'm a proud Namibian, actually.
Yeah. Now, one of the prominent members of our country, of course, President Dr. Tula of the IPC, was also vying for the presidency. Also cast his vote earlier on today, and let's quickly take a look at how that went and what he said after exercising his democratic right.
Shall I sit here? Whew. Okay. Okay, just need the voter's card. Wait a minute. So I'll
You
put
can
it
just
in.
stand, you can just have your hand all the way to the bottom straight.
Okay.
Just to be comfortable.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and the other one as well.
Yes, the other one. Yes, for verification.
Okay.
All the voter cards. Have your right thumb.
Right thumb.
Yeah.
Where do I put it?
Okay, I'm going to press verify and then you do. Now you can. All right.
With my card. Okay. Hello there. How are you? What are you doing here? Huh?
Yes, okay.
You didn't even. Am I up top? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Okay. Okay. And we move to the ballot issuers.
Okay. Good morning, girls. How are you doing? Okay, you fold that one longitudinal.
Longitudinal?
Yeah?
I have to make sure the secret mark is showing, sir.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. Cool, I'm getting a lesson again. I went to school here. So where do I go now? Behind any of these?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a pen or I'll find it there? Okay. Yeah? I've never done this before.
Members of the fourth estate, international media that might be present here. The first question is that the process to me went very slowly because of a privilege of standing before other people, something I don't appreciate very much. But be that as it may, I see a number of voters that are standing for a very long time in the queues. The question that you want to ask is, Tatevenani, why are you here at Kilimanjaro? It has been my political culture to look at those that are downtrodden. This is one of the worst stations in terms of infrastructure. There is no electricity here. At night I will also come here to come and look whether the electricity is working. So I chose the least privileged voting station to come and see how people are being accommodated at this station. That's the very reason. On the question of, I'm pressuring for change. I'm pushing Namibia to change. This country can bring about a change. Botswana has done it, South Africa has done it, Mauritius has done it. Namibia can also bring about change, to bring about socio-economic conditions that improves. If you go around these places, people have no water, people have no houses, people have no electricity for 34 years, and the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. That is my message to the people of Namibia, that you must pressure for change. Happy voting day. Let's keep one Namibia, one nation. Let's keep unity. Let's keep harmony amongst ourselves. But this country must improve for the citizen. The country does not belong to the leaders, it belongs to the people. And the sovereigns must decide their future. And I'm asking them to pressure and to pressure for change. Thank you.
Sorry.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Meant to allow each and every registered voter to make his or her way to the nearest polling station. As the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, I'm echoing also what the President has said by calling on all Namibians who registered to come out in their numbers and vote. You must know voting is not just your constitutional responsibility, but it is also your national responsibility, because naturally you have a responsibility over yourself and others around you. And through voting, you are making your voice to be heard, that will be having an impact for the next 5 years in your life and in the life of every Namibian and any person who's visiting this country. So please come out in your numbers and cast your votes. No, the process was fast. The process was fast. Of course, unlike before, when you first get your presidential ballot paper, you make your mark and then you drop in, and then you go to another station, and then you vote, you drop in. By this time around, you are given both at the same time. So you have now to make sure that when you come to drop, you are dropping in the right box. This one? Yeah, I have voted. You can all see I have voted. So go and vote. My vote is a secret. It's not a secret. I voted. I have voted. You all know I have voted.
Fast, but like she has said, I think there might be a bit. I'm very much concerned with the old people or senior citizens, because they might end up confusing in which box to drop, and more so that in the folding, there's a sign that must always be visible. Meaning, if our senior citizens, just to get this here, you might have a bit of problem. But that was the process was very, very fast. Yeah.
And those were scenes from earlier today where we saw Dr. Panduleni Tula of the IPC, McHenry Venani of the PDM, and of course the VP and her spouse as well, casting their votes and sharing their various messages to the people, calling them out to go out there and cast their votes as well before the polling stations close. And we did talk about how much time do we have left before they officially close?
Less than 5 hours, Jonas. Time is going by very fast. We've been in studio, since 6 o'clock.
So
We've been excited. We're doing a whole countdown. It was 7 o'clock. Now it's just 5 hours left. Less than 5 hours, left before the polling stations actually close.
Absolutely. And I think, like everyone else, they're looking forward to the counting of the results. And like I mentioned before, I feel nervous, but I'm sure the political candidates vying for the various positions feel more nervous than we do. But in the meantime, let's take a look at what some of the people had to say about the elections.
I urge that the youth should vote more, because the
the future of this generation is in our hands. So we should vote more to make the right decisions. It's our future.
How has your experience been?
I mean, I arrived here. We arrived at 5:45 a.m.
5:45.
Yes, a.m. It was expected that the polling station will open at 7 a.m. They did open on time, and usually when things start, they are slow because I believe that people are looking at the rules, being diligent, and that is something good. It's better to, make sure that you are following and applying all the rules as it should be. We are also assured that they are not just rushing, but also making sure that they are applying everything that needs to be played. So far, it's good. Everybody is cooperating. People are not coming and standing or trying to join the lines. People are going, getting refreshments, coming back. Most importantly, it's encouraging to see the youth joining the line and keeping the line. And they have brought games. Some people came with the kids, childcare issues that you can see, but they are determined. So that is nice. That is nice. It's exciting to participate.
How do you find it this year, this election compared to the first election?
The first time when I was voting, actually more or less the same, but I would say the queues moved a bit faster this time around. Help was a bit quicker, so yeah.
So the queue seems to be fast, isn't it?
Fast? Fast is an understatement. It's not fast.
It's not fast?
It's not fast.
Slow?
Yeah, very slow. It's moving but slow.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we are glad you are still here.
Yeah.
Despite the queue being slow, you decided to hold on because you need to make your vote count. Basically, just talk to us about the significance of that. Why do you think it's important that people hold on despite the longer queues to have their votes?
To finally bring a change. I mean, I think after 30 years of one party ruling, I think it's time for us to get a new party to show us what's new. To be honest, 3 decades is a lot, and it seems as the party that helped us get into independence has only focused on that and not what comes after independence, basically. And I think a new party can help us with that.
A few voices and opinions and thoughts there from the members of the public describing this year's election process. We love to see everybody coming out with those camping chairs, the umbrellas, those bottles of water, the games, keeping each other company. Yeah. Earlier on, when we were voting with Jonas, you spoke about networking and you went and networked. How do you do that?
You know, as media practitioners, we are storytellers, and you can only get stories when you talk to individuals. And it was quite interesting that, like I said, it's a gentleman thing.
Yeah.
Men gel much more quicker than...
Because I'm an awkward conversationalist. I don't know, I don't enjoy small talk like that. It's not one of my favorite things to do, but okay, I love it, yeah.
But we'll talk about that a bit more
a little bit later on. Yes.
Let's go over to brunch.
Well, Blanche Corraces is on standby at IUM just to bring us an update on how the atmosphere is that side, seeing that we have less than 5 hours before the polling stations close. Blanche, it's over to you.
Yes, colleagues, from Dagbreek School to the IUM campus right here in Windhoek, and I must say it is quite windy. We've endured the scorching hot sun at the SOS Children's Home, all the way the commotion at the Dagbreek School, and now being welcomed by the wind at the university grounds. That's now IUM, and since it is a place of students with a long queue that is made up of mostly young people, and we have also been welcomed by the voters in the queue here, Jonas, by the way, who said that we must have brought some magic sauce in this queue, because when we arrived here, that's when the queue started moving, and now these gentlemen here, they are here. These are the ones who actually welcomed us like that. Just to tell us for how long have you been here and how is the queue now that we brought some magic sauce of our cameras here?
Thank you very much. I arrived here around 7 o'clock in the morning, so it means from 7 o'clock I started almost 200 meters from here, which is at the gate of the entrance of the institution. So the queue had been moving at a slow pace. But since we arrived here, it's like it had been magic. Now the queue is moving fast. So since I'm just a meter away from the entrance, for me to cast my vote, here's my voter's card. I'm ready to go and vote. So to choose the right party that will lead me for the next 5 years. Thank you.
All right, and we really do not want to disturb the magic that we brought. So I see the queue is moving, but let me just grab you before you go in, sir. So how do you find the process so far?
The process is moving quite well. Ever since we arrived here, we have been consistently just in the queue. We try to be the normal citizen. We do not want to skip. We just wanted to follow the queue from the end until we entered. As you can see, I'm just entering now the room where I'm going to cast my vote. And of course, I'm going to cast my vote, and I'm going to do it in the right way to vote correctly my leader that is going to lead me for the next 5 years.
That's perfect, and we will not obstruct the queue. But ma'am, how are you? How is it today for you?
I'm very good. I'm doing awesome. How are you, Branche?
I'm doing okay, Mami. So you are in the queue, you are about to walk in, and I see that there are others before you. But how do you feel about, as a young person, participating in this exercise?
I feel really good, and that I'm going to vote for the person that is going to represent me for the next 5 years. And I would only like to urge all Namibians to go and exercise their democratic rights. Thank you.
All right then, and we will let you be to go inside, lead your teammates here, the fellow voters here to exercise their democratic rights. Thank you so much. All right then. Those are the voters here in the queue at IUM, and many of them, as they said, have been here for more than 7 to 10 hours in the queue, but now the queue is moving, and I must say, throughout all the polling stations we have visited, we did experience that Namibians are quite patient. They are patient in the sense that they are willing to participate in the exercise, and that's why many of them, even though would mention with regard to the time of being in the queue, many of them are still here. As you can see yourself, some carrying camping chairs, being comfortable. It's all about being comfortable here, but at the end of the day, the ultimate goal is to cast your votes. Hoe gaan het? Hoe gaan het hier zo? Is alright. Vir hoe lank is u nou hier so in die lyn in vir die dag gestaan?
Ons het vanoggend hier begin. Ons het daar agter daai boom begin en ons kom al so die hele pad, so ons is al van 9 uur af hier so.
Van 9 uur af. Yes. Nou, hoe voel u oor die hele proses? Hoekom is dit so belangrik om vir so 'n klomp ure in die ry te wees?
Ek glo almal se stem moet gehoor word. Is al eers hoe jy almal sal kan weet waarna toe die laat op pad is. Ons kan dit net bereik as almal saam staan, especially the youth. As die youth nie bystaan nie, het ons net 'n eenkantige storie hoor van die hele land en almal kla oor die land, maar as die youth nie opstaan nie, gaan niemand 'n verskil op enige dag maak. Want die youth is die meerderheid van die land se mense, en as ons nie 'n verskil maak nie, wie sal dan die verskil maak? Dan kan ons die ou mense, maar dis eintlik die youth se eie skuld.
Nou, ek sien u is hier so met die hele familie. Yes. So, hoeveel mense is registered voters van u se familie af, as u ook kan vir ons net voorstel, want ons is besig met die rolling coverage, ons loop rond en net opinie, en net views skryf van die eligible voters. Hoe gaan dit mee? Is toch alright. So, hoe voel u oor die hele proses?
Dis die eerste keer wat ek gaan stem. So ek is trots dat ek opgestaan het en hier gekom sit het. My suster, ek en my man. So ja, hulle het al voorheen gestem, soos my eerste keer. So ek dink dit is 'n goeie ding. Ons moet opstaan vir ons regte.
Alright, dan baie dankie. Ek sien die lyn beweeg. Yes. So yes, and then what they are just saying is that they have been here since 9 o'clock in the morning, and we're in the queue since that time, from the time the queue started at the gate, at the entrance of the university, and now they are saying that every voice matters, every vote matters, and if I'm to summarize, then they are just saying that if they do not participate in the elections, then who because at the end of the day, every vote has an impact as to how the country will be governed over the next 5 years. So we are still here at the IUM grounds, the university grounds, and then we'll continue to visit other polling stations within the area and give you updates. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Blanche. Blanche Colossus once again crisscrossing the capital city for gauging the views of the registered voters who have been patiently waiting to go cast their vote. And that's one thing you mentioned earlier on, you know, patience, Jonas. Patience is very important in times like this. But one thing that I remember that you also spoke about was it's also a time to network, but we also saw a family there with the individual speaking in Afrikaans, and you see there's also a time for bonding. It's a family, you know, activity. They've all gone out as a household, even so a toddler there. It's good to start them out young so they understand.
The pioneers, basically. You know, Jonas, from what I saw from that crossover with Blanche at the IUM, it smiles. Everybody is smiling. Everybody is, you know, relieved. We don't see angry people. Everybody is taking out their passport to actually, you know, go vote. I'm so excited. As much as today, the 27th, is voting day, I feel like the upcoming days are very critical as we are all perhaps sitting on the edge. Not as nervous as you, though. You know, just waiting for the results of the presidential as well as the National Assembly of Namibia's 8th general election.
And just a disclaimer, I don't have political ambitions. That my nervousness is not informed by that.
I don't know that.
So in the meantime, let's check out some more Vox Pops. Let's take a look at what Namibians have to say about this very important day.
I came at around 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Now it's moving very fast.
Okay.
But we stayed in a line for quite a long time.
Slow.
Yeah, why so slow? I think they have improved now a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you are determined.
But this is a struggle we have to conclude. We have to fight. We have to elect our own leaders. Just to keep peace, to keep stability, and to make sure that those that are leading us are performing.
You are determined to make sure you cast your vote.
I feel like it's important to have your voice heard, especially as you become an adult and you become informed within society. You must know that when you vote, you are going to be having your voice heard. Your choice is going to be immediately determining what's going to be happening within the country. So you have to take care and know that, okay, if I don't vote, then someone's making my decision for me. So that's why I feel like it's important to be here, to be in the queue, and to do your part.
I had a conversation with somebody today, and they said, look, it's not fair that people are registered for 2 or even more days, but they are only given 1 day to vote. Do you agree with that sentiment?
I agree very much with the sentiment. If you could maybe give us 2 days, understand, it will be very good. But we can change the rules and the regulations of the country. If anything stipulates that's how it must be done, then we just have to follow suit.
Concerns were actually raised where members are concerned that when they enter the voicing booth, they actually take a while. So now here I'm joined by a resident of Okanja who will just take us through what is actually happening here. Thank you so much for joining me, sir.
Yes, good. Okay, we are not happy with what's happening here because we came here around 6 o'clock, but I don't know what's happening in the voting room there. Somebody enter inside, spend like 20 to 30 minutes inside. So if you check, there's a lot of people here. I don't know what time will they be able to vote all of them or not. If the people are spending like 20 to 30 minutes inside the voting room, we are not happy about it.
So what recommendations would you actually like to make to the presiding officers and those officers that are actually running through this election process?
They must improve their system or whatever. They must put a lot of voting machine. I don't know whether they are using voting machine inside. They must put a lot of voting machine inside so people they be fast, because it can't be somebody standing for 20 minutes inside there. I don't know what they are doing inside. Then after that, how will all the people vote inside here?
Okay, in general, just elaborate how you actually feel in partaking through this electoral process.
Yeah, there's nothing further to say, just to improve their system. They might just improve their system. Yeah.
We still check some of the members here who are actually raising concerns, and now we'll head over at the elderly side where also concerns were raised that they are standing in the sun and no provisions are actually made for them to be in the shade. As you can see, some of them are they actually brought their umbrellas, and they are elderly. They're seated in the sun. They also came with their camping chairs. And with me here, I'm also joined by one of the elderly men who was also in the queue. Just to specify, as an elderly citizen, what challenges are you actually facing that you wish to be addressed come 2025?
What I want, a big change in our town, actually, because as elders, we don't have, we don't have opportunities. But all I want to ask is, will this election change something? Because especially in Oganja, we the elders, we are suffering with the rate of the houses and etc.
Okay, do you have any final remarks?
Not.
Thank you so much, sir. So we move on to this side where the elderly are actually seated and waiting to get in the voting booth, and also just to get an overview of how they're actually feeling about the election process. But right now, I'll just speak to one of the ladies who's wearing an orthopedic shoe and also walking on crutches. So yes, thank you, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing good. How do you actually feel in partaking these elections of 2024?
I feel privileged to be a citizen of Namibia, to cast my vote, because my vote is my voice, and I would like to contribute towards the economy of this country, and that's why I want to vote, to have a say. Whenever you vote, you have a say in this country.
Okay.
Privileged to vote.
Okay, so now that you are also using an orthopedic shoe and a crutch, what recommendations would you actually like, or what were you actually hoping to see that you are actually treated a special way from those that are standing on the other side, saying that now that you're also in the sun and you are using these equipments just for support?
It would be much easier if they would be shadow for us, and more comfortable environment for us with this disability of us. But I don't think I should be treated special. I'm also just a human being with an injury, but I think at the end of the day you will sit for a long time and you get tired. So I think they should have at least have a shadow or assist people more quicker, because we've been sitting here for such a long time, and yeah.
Okay, since your arrival, according to your observations, what actually do you think that the election process is going smoothly, or there are sort of disruptions?
According to me, I won't say there's any distractions. It's just a bit slow. I don't know what is the hook up inside, but there are people that has been sitting here for a very long time, hours, and I think the process is just a bit smoother, faster, yeah.
Thank you so much.
We sit here the whole day. We came early to cast and go home.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, you have heard it right there from the Namibian citizens who actually came in a number were just to cast their ballots for the presidential and National Assembly elections. So right now we got hold of the presiding officer who will just run us through about the preparations of the election process, and now that also these residents also raised concerns about the process, the slow process that is taking place here. So how are you doing?
I'm doing well, ma'am.
So just elaborate or emphasize on the process that is here at Eden Primary School, now that also we see that a lot of people are complaining that they came here 4 o'clock early in the morning, but until now, not even more than 50 people have casted their votes. What is your take on that?
I don't know about 4 o'clock. We opened our polling stations at 7 a.m. as it was agreed.
Yes, but they say that some of them came to camp here. They slept here throughout. From 4 o'clock, they came to camp here just to ensure that they don't have to wait for so long.
Well, unfortunately, people came here earlier before the agreed time. We couldn't, just because they are camping outside, we need to open our gates, because we were instructed to open our gates at 7 a.m. So the process for us is going well. Difficulties with the old people, maybe that's why they are complaining about the slow process. But so far, so good.
Okay, how are the procedures in the voting booth now that people are also complaining that you guys take so long, probably even 10 to 15 minutes just to attend to one person to cast their ballot?
We are not attending people that are casting their ballots. When you go into the ballot booth, you go alone. So the people that are taking long are the one casting the votes. For us, we finish very fast. When they enter, we verify, we ink them, we give them ballot papers. They are the ones that take long in the ballot booth.
So when they come to your desk, you guys actually finish up the process faster, but then when they get into the voting booth, then that's where the process is delayed?
Exactly. So because some people can spend 15 minutes, and then when we see that they are taking longer than expected, that's when we go ahead and assist them. But otherwise on that, it's not on our control. It's not under our control.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, you have heard it right there from the presiding officer, who actually explained to us that it is members of the public that are actually taking very long when they go into the voting booth. Now from me, Martha Mwafangeo, it's back to you in studio.
Big thanks to all our colleagues gauging the citizens' views there and experiences as they were queuing up to go cast their ballots. And one interesting thing, that statement that raised some eyebrows was the 15-minute statement. I don't know. I mean, if you have made up your mind...
Trying to raise my eyebrows, yes.
I mean, if you have made up your mind in terms of the candidate and the political party that they're going to choose for, that you're going to vote for, it's quite straightforward. It's not like they're asking you security questions, or it's not.
Probably I'm nervous and my hand is shaking, you know.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
But maybe that issue,
okay.
maybe that issue also needs to be addressed. I mean, 15 minutes in the ballot booth, it's kind of a bit.
But is there a time limit to being in the ballot booth?
But I think also consideration needs to come into place. You're not the only person then, given the fact that there is a long queue. We have to be considerate towards other individuals. If that indeed is the case, I mean, I'm sure you'd be irked as well, where you are next in line and somebody's just taking 15 minutes. What could possibly, keep you there for 15 minutes?
Yeah, I think these are some of the questions we perhaps need to take to the ECN so they can perhaps just address us, properly, as to, perhaps setting a timer there by the booths as to you cannot be here for more than 5 minutes.
More pressure.
Yeah.
But it's a good question that you phrased. How long is too long?
How long is too long?
Yeah.
Well, as we move throughout the day, we do understand that voting is definitely in full swing across the country. Reports coming in from various parts of the country. 14 regions right here in Namibia, 121 constituencies, over 4,000 polling stations, and we are very much excited, with the update that we are getting from our reporters. We went all the way from Katima to the Katima Mulilo to the Kabas, region, all the way to Kabas in Windhoek, Oshana, you name it. We definitely covered you we definitely have you covered, it's in bringing you what is happening. That is, of course, across the country. Let's take a look at what the public still had to say when it comes to the elections this year.
What is your observation? Is the process fast, slow, just fine?
I think it's just fine. There are times where it's fast, and then there are times where it's stagnant, like now, where it's stagnant. We've been sitting here for almost an hour now.
you are still here in the queue. Obviously, you are determined to cast your vote. Tell us about the significance of your voice being your vote, being heard.
I think this year is a bit different. This is my first time voting. I think it's more so the atmosphere and just the push for younger people to be more involved in politics. This year is a little bit more different. It feels different.
My experience so far is that it's really nice. It's nice to sit at least in the shade. The rows are moving a little bit slow, but we will eventually get there.
What time did you come?
I came about 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, 5 in the morning?
Yes.
That early?
That early.
And you are still
with
here?
the little one, yeah,
With
and
the
I'm
little
still
one?
here, yes.
What informed that decision to basically soldier on and say, look, no matter what it takes, I'll go at 5 o'clock and I will not leave the polling station before I cast my vote?
Yeah, it's very imperative that we exercise our democratic rights so that we cast our vote. Because sometimes we are good at complaining, but what impact are we making? We need to make sure that we cast our vote and our vote is counted. Despite the fact, the early waking and whatnot, and the long queues and the slow processes, at least you need to make sure that you cast your vote.
Tell me one thing. I'm assuming this is not your first time voting. You've taken part in lots of other previous elections.
Yes.
Is there any significant difference when you compare previous elections to this one?
Not really that significant, but you can see the difference because like previously when you used to vote here, the people used to stand too much in the sun, but now there are some logistic arrangements where we are going around the corners of the building, and this is really motivating people to feel that you don't really feel tired, despite that you wake up so early without even having anything on the stomach. You still feel energetic to move forward to make sure that you cast your vote. It's really interesting.
Voice of the people once again expressing their views and opinions in those vox pops. Let's now cross over to the Rongo region, Swakopmund to be particular, where Nina Katangana will bring us up to speed.
We've engaged with the regional governor about the area's growth leading up to the elections. Additionally, we also spoke with a talented group of young locals about the significance of youth involvement in democracy. We also checked in with ECN officials to ensure that a smooth electoral process is happening. Today has been bustling with activity in the Walvis Bay and Swakopmund areas. We had the privilege of speaking with the mayor of Walvis Bay about his voting experience and his encouraging message to the community on this important day. Notably, we observed a significant turnout of young voters, many of whom are casting their ballots for the first time. Let's take a closer look at the day's events.
Mr. Forbes, we are grateful that you took time out to speak with us this morning. We know it's exciting times, not only, of course, for the town of Walvis Bay or the Rongo region, but Namibia at large. You've already casted your vote this morning, so just tell us briefly what that experience was like.
Yeah, well, for the first time, Namibia is seeing a different kind of landscape in the political sphere, so I'm very delighted to have casted my vote for the presidential and national assembly elections. I wanted to stand in the queue for a bit longer. I wanted to queue up with the rest of the residents of Walvis Bay, but I was taken away from the queues to go cast my votes because apparently my presence there will be influencing the decisions of some of the voters. So a bit disappointed, but nonetheless I did what I had to do and it's done.
And when you were inside the voting booth, how quick was the process? I hear that it's going relatively quickly this morning. Was that your experience as well?
Well, yeah, I would have liked that more points where you could go in one voting booth, but nonetheless, my experience was good. It went quite fast, but I think that within the booths, they should have more points. And but it is this time around. There's a lot of people coming out, a lot of people voting this time, so it will be expected for the process to be a bit slow.
You've had an opportunity this morning to drive around, parts of Walvis Bay. What have you seen in terms of the other queues at the other polling stations, in terms of turnout? Does it look satisfactory?
More than. I have never seen so many people queuing in my life. And all voting points in Walvis Bay, there's not one that you can go to and say that I want to be here because it's much shorter. I know that I came to Atlantis with my wife, and she left because she thought that the queue at Naraval was a bit shorter, and she's still sitting in that queue. Yeah.
Finally, your message to the electorate this morning, not only in this region, but Namibia alike. What is it that you want to advise them in terms of what to have on their minds as they're going to cast their ballots today in this 2024 elections?
Well, I think that first of all, I'm very proud of the nation. I'm proud of Walvis Bay. I'm proud of the turnout at the voter stations. I've been receiving a lot of WhatsApps from all over the country. People are very happy. People are excited. One person told me, we've never seen this number since independence. It's brilliant. So I would like people, when you go out to vote, you think about your family, you think about your children, you think about your future, think about your country and your resources. When you vote responsibly. This is about you, your future, and your children and your country. Be patriotic in your decisions that you make this afternoon and this evening.
Thank you so much.
Swakopmund residents joined fellow Namibians early in the morning to queue and cast their votes. Despite some complaints regarding long wait times, the overall atmosphere amongst voters was cheerful.
We're at the polling station at the Atlantis Sports Club, which is in Walvis Bay. We're here with the presiding officer who's in charge of everything happening here concerning voting. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good, thank you. Just introduce yourself to our viewers.
Okay, my name is Ndaikele Kwakayofa. I'm the presiding officer at Atlantis Sports Club, Walvis Bay Urban.
I want to know, of course, we know that the polling stations opened at 7 this morning. Was that the case for you? Did everything run smoothly? Did you open on time? And also talk to us about your materials, reinforcement, how things have been faring so far.
Okay, yes, our station is running smoothly. We opened at exactly 7 a.m. We had our first applicant. Material-wise, we had one voting booth, but we managed to assemble an applicant actually offered to make us another voting booth, and so we did. So the process is a little bit faster right now. Yeah, so far so good.
Well, as we were coming in, of course, when people see NBC, they've got a lot to say. We heard some complaints here and there. They've been saying, of course, the queues have been slow. Perhaps that was due to the one voting booth. They're also of the belief that people have been cutting the queue. What do you have to say about that?
Okay, people always have their own views, but as for us, we do take elderly first and the pregnant women. We do also take the councillors and the governors first because we don't want them to influence the people in the lines. So about cutting the queues, I'm not aware of that. The only people that come through are the elderly, pregnant, and the mayors and the councillors, yeah.
Your message to Namibians today, especially the people of this region, the town of Walvis Bay, why they should not be lazy, come and vote?
I can't say much about that, but come in numbers. Yeah, basically come in numbers. We're waiting for you.
Thank you so much. We're here at the Hosiana Church in Naraval with the presiding officer of Hall 1. What they've done at Hosiana Church is divided the voting booths, Hall 1 and Hall B, and the gentleman I'm standing with is the presiding officer of Hall 1. Just introduce yourself to the public.
My name is Johannes Eita. I'm the presiding officer for Hosiana Church Hall A. Yeah.
And talk to us about, what's been happening here today. Of course, things are in full swing. Did you manage to open on time? How's things been going?
Yeah. Everything is well so far. So we managed to open on time because we made sure that we woke up very early. So 7 o'clock we already open. We let the first person enter. Yeah.
You also mentioned to me that you've been able to register quite a number of people so far. It's 12 o'clock now in the afternoon. How many votes have you been able to cast so far?
Oh yeah. We so far we casted more than 300. Yeah, 300 voters.
Other than the people in the lines, the voters talking about how long the queues are and that they've been here for quite a while, challenges on your end?
It has to be like that, you know. It's a process, so it's always like this. So, but I don't think we experienced a lot of challenge so far. Yeah.
This afternoon, we are in the town of Swakopmund, right at the ECN regional office here. There's also a polling station, and we are going to be speaking to the presiding officer to talk to us about how things have been faring since they opened their doors at 7 o'clock this morning. So let's start by you introducing yourself to our viewers.
My name is Ripura Ananides, and I am the deciding officer for ECN election. Head office in Swakopmund. And ever since we opened early. So our opening time was 7 o'clock. Everything has been running smoothly. Yes.
What I noticed also with this polling station is that you have 2 voting booths. From where we've been this morning, we've seen that there's only been 1 voting booth. Do you think this is helping, faster the process? People in the lines at the other polling stations have complained that they've been there since, very early or even last night, and there's only 1 voting booth. Do you think having 2 streamlines the process quicker?
Yes, I think having 2 both would make it faster, because we had the same experience with the people in the line. They complained it was a bit slow. So I decided, let me think of an idea to put 2 booths, and then that's when the line started fastening up. So yes.
All right, well, obviously it's only 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock by now, I think, and there's lots more people that are going to come through. Are there any challenges that you're expecting? Word travels fast. They might hear that, no, at the ECN things are going very quick, so a bigger crowd might be expected later on in the day. Any challenges that you're expecting, and how would you, deal with them?
So far, I don't think we'll accept any challenges. We won't have any challenges coming, because my team is set for it. They are ready for them. So we've got no problems coming on our way. We have solutions for everything.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
We are here at Tamariskia Primary School, where there's another polling station within the Swakopmund area. We've got the presiding officer with us to tell us how things have been faring today. Good afternoon. Just introduce yourself to our viewers.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Adelaide Kandoradu, presiding officer, Swakopmund constituency. It's Tamariskia Primary School. So far, everything is just going smooth. We open in time. We haven't received any challenges yet. It's just going the way we expected it to be. So, yeah.
Fantastic. So no challenges, no complaints from the residents of this area that are in the queues. They're not saying that they've been here too long. They're now tired. They are hot.
That's just obvious. Things will be there. But then at the end of the day, I think these voters of this year, they are really being a bit patient. We just explained to them, they understood. So yeah, everything is just fine for now.
And the other thing I wanted to ask, we obviously know that this year a lot of young people registered to vote. So have you seen a lot of young people come and cast their vote this morning at this polling station?
Yes. I think the youth is very hungry. So yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time.
Welcome. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Blessings. I'm a resident of Walvish Bay. Just finished casting my vote just a minute ago.
That's fantastic. I want to hear your experience. I heard that the lines are going the process rather is going fairly quickly this morning. Was that your experience too?
The process is going fairly quickly this morning, because when we came around 10 in the evening. Last night. And then the queue was almost somewhere here. We thought we were earlier, but there were still people. By 6 o'clock, it was flooded, almost half of the stadium. 7 o'clock, we got in. The process was a little bit slower because we had 1 ballot box, but eventually they added the second one, so it's a little bit quicker now than how it was earlier on.
Well, of course, there's many community members here this morning. The elderly, the young are all represented to cast their votes here at the Atlanta Sports Club. We've got one community member here who's got some grievances that she'd like to air, but I'll ask her to introduce herself first.
Good day, my name is Sharon Root. Yeah, we've been here since early this morning with a line here of over 1,000 odd people, and only to discover that there's only one polling booth to service all these people, which is, to me, in my opinion, unacceptable. But I've been told the whole country's only got one polling booth per station. We're not going to do this. It can't happen. Look at these people, these elderly and the sick people, handicapped people, and you expect them to stand here for hours and hours and hours. If we want our people to vote, then we must do something to accommodate all this. It's just not acceptable. People are jumping queue here. It's something terrible, and you know, if people must put them out of the queue.
Mandar kuprekucha oleina pefe atami kirangepi oleina kairina waka weteko paife tuligenga tariko bana vesheve likombinga kui ano veno kumo kuchetaka ololashili mala pefe anu kui kaverina waka oleina ka opolifika ipo hapa no opolifia amba ili penya ye pefe anu umotati kunta ni tarika no verion oleina na wakunya kapenote wawilike no hoka kashirine na wangao.
Well, here in Narraville, the young people have come out in numbers, not just the gentleman I'm standing with, but as we drove past the queues, we saw quite a number of young people. The gentleman I'm with is a first-time voter. And how long have you been in the queue, Joseph? What time did you get here?
Probably I'm coming here. I woke up at 7 o'clock, yeah. And I don't know what's the time now, yeah, but I'm staying here alone.
Are you going to wait until the very end, no matter how long it takes?
That's why the reason I am. That's why I'm here in the line, yeah. You know what I mean? So I'm just here. I want to vote. Yeah, it's my first time. Yeah, I want to vote.
Well, you've heard it from the horse's mouth. That was some of the residents of Walvis Bay and Swakopmund just speaking on their experience and what they felt needed to improve. A lot of the individuals we spoke to were concerned about the long queues, of course. They also mentioned that you know, the police were not very present or helpful in, you know, getting the queues to move along. And so, of course, we encourage them that, you know, this is the process that you have to undertake if you'd like to vote. The youth were very energetic. Of course, we couldn't show you each and every person we spoke to. They were energetic, they were excited, many of them first-time voters, and they really were encouraging their fellow youth to come out and vote as well today. Of course, across the country, the polling stations will be closing at 9 p.m. this evening. But just to reiterate that once you are inside the venue, whether you've gone inside the voting station itself, as long as you're at the venue by 9 p.m., you still will be allowed to vote. So they'll close the gates. No more people will be allowed in, but the people that are already in will still be allowed to vote, no matter how long that voting process takes. As well, something that I'd like to reiterate is that there's a lot of mobile voting stations as well. So with those mobile voting stations, they have a very short time frame, you know, for where they need to be at the different locations. If you've encountered that today, it's not that the ECN doesn't want to assist or the officials don't want to assist, but they do have a list of other venues that they need to be at. The best solution for that is to make sure that you get to a fixed polling station before 9 o'clock this evening so that you can cast your vote. I think that's all from us right now here at Swakopmund. We'll of course bring you some more news as it continues to unfold. To my colleagues in Windhoek, it's back to you.
Saying that the ballot papers will be marked with pencils some members are actually worried about these procedures. Now here with me, I'm standing with one of the citizens who actually casted their vote, but are actually worried about these procedures of ballot papers being marked with pencil. But although we've heard that there will be strict measures actually, which will be applied when these ballot papers will be counted. So, sir, would you please tell us what is actually worrying you that these ballot papers are being marked with pencils?
Because I asked them, can I not mark it with my 2 pens, because I was having pens, and they just told me that no, just only with the pen, with a pencil. And I asked them, why is it only with the I don't understand it, because corruption is always everywhere, because I know it about it. They can go and erase it, or I don't know what will happen next one here from there. But really, I'm not sure about it. But the only complaint that I have, how can they mark with a pencil, is my complaint that I have. Because today in the morning I go and vote, and I voted, but we'll see which party will win. But the complaint that I have is just because how can I mark with a pencil while I have my own 2 pens? I even asked them, they are telling me that only with the pencil, then my things will be counted. So I'm just scared of that. Then from there, I just think that maybe corruption is beginning from there, or I don't know.
Also, you think that it will be erased when you mark with a pencil?
It's what I think. It's what I'm thinking. So I don't know from there, but with a pencil, I cannot understand it. We'll see about what will happen the next.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so
Only
much.
the complaint that I was having with it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm Mr. Daku. I'm the presiding officer for Sona Village Polling Station number C, the Eagle Academy School. The reason why we use pencils instead of pens is because pens tend to smudge. Sometimes the ink of the ball runs out, and it can also run over the line, which can easily spoil the ballot. And some people say no, but pencils are not good because people can erase pencils. But I say no, there's no way that you can erase pencil marks, because they are political party agents from different political parties. Us polling officials are there, they are observers watching, so nobody can open a sealed ballot box without somebody seeing him, breaking seals, breaking 3-4 different seals, just to get to that paper to erase a pencil mark into to change that vote. So that's why I think they decided, or they started using pencils instead of pens.
Well, you're still watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024 as we bring you an update of what is happening, seeing that today Namibia is actually, voting. That is, of course, for the presidential as well as the National Assembly elections. Well, for now, we take a break, and when we come back with more details and updates on how the atmosphere is as everybody prepares for the results and also to vote.
Welcome back. Elections are a fundamental aspect of democracy, giving citizens a voice in shaping their government. Election result projections, I beg your pardon, help inform the public and maintain confidence in the process. However, projecting outcomes accurately is challenging and can impact voter behavior and public trust. This evening, we are joined in studio by political analyst Eleni Hengova to shed more light on this very important and timely topic. Very good evening to you, Eleni, and thank you so much for making time to join us.
Good evening. Yeah.
I understand you've also gone out and exercised your democratic right to vote. Talk to us about your experience today.
Oh yes, I did. I was awake by 5 o'clock this morning. Around 5:45, I was at the voting station, and I found about 150 to 200 people. So it was a queue already. The first group told me that they were ready as early as 3 o'clock.
Wow.
I stepped out of the voting station around 10 minutes to 1. So that was about 6 to 7 hours wait that but I managed to get through the process. I did exercise my civic right.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. And kudos for being so patient. We saw, we had some vox pops, voices from various parts of Namibia of the registered voters waiting in line to go cast their vote. They mentioned some challenges, which included ballot papers being depleted, machinery malfunctioning, or batteries running out. What are some of the challenges that were faced where you were?
From the experience, patience should be the order of the day on an election day, taking on the processes and the systems that we are using in terms of elections. It takes time for you to get into the voting booth, to the voting room, and then the steps that are inside. It's all a matter of being patient and getting to that process. But if we can improve on fastening the whole process, that's where the crack of the matter is. And you're hearing the complaints of from points where the ballot papers are finished, the batteries of the machines that are being used there, or the fuel into the power generators, so which somehow some of these things could be avoided in terms of at least we knew that what is the length of the battery into that machine,
the capacity of the generator,
of the generator as well. We could have prepared better in that, because once we deal with that part of preparations, we smoothen the process, and once the process is smooth, it's so smooth, it will bring the confidence into the voters, and that's what we need for us to strengthen our electoral systems.
Absolutely. Namibia had its first democratic elections in 1989 under the supervision of UNTAC. How would you say the democratic process has grown due to the way we conduct our election processes? And of course, we spoke about it earlier on with Dapewa, where I said, it's Namibia's electoral process over the years has been praised by the international community as having, very, very high standards. But talk to us about, what is it that we have done right to keep that standard?
When you look at 1989, it was never the same. It was never like it is today. We were transforming from the colonial systems, and then Namibia had to make a commitment to be a state, an independent state, and then they had agreed to abide by the rule of law and to have elections as a process of establishing a legitimate government. And since then, we have election every 5 years, or recently now every 4 years, taking that we have national elections this year, and next year already we will be having a regional election. So in the next 4 years, there would be national elections. So it's now an interval of every 4 years. The fact that every 4 years these elections happen, and it happens successfully, it get through the process of electing the leaders, and the elections are being accepted, and powers is being transferred to the next person, it shows the growth of the democracy.
Yeah.
And if you can see the discussions today of young people, of young generations, when they are debating and they are involving into politics, comparing to 1989, where it was only a just cause to join the liberation struggle, and it was about getting independence. Today, people has done and over with independence. We are happy and glad that we are free. We are happy that our parents, our foreparents, has fought and liberated us. We are done with that. We are now trying to shift to economic emancipation. And when you are now looking at the general public discussing, the public discourse is about economic emancipation and having that free from an individual perspective rather than into a political house, and that's the order how it should be, and the country has to be free.
What do you think has contributed to this new political consciousness, especially amongst the youth? Because in the past, the youth were labeled as people who don't really care about politics, or politics is old people business. But now we are seeing an awakening of a new political consciousness amongst young people. We've interviewed quite a number of them on various platforms, and you can tell that this generation really knows what they want.
Besides the social media and the tech and how fast news can go around, it has also become a bit of a culture into the young people, because when you get into a school life, there is already a process of leadership, where at the school level, as early as grade 1, people are introduced at being class captain, all the learners, representative council, prefects, until you get to the tertiaries. So in terms of taking responsibility and ownership of the environment where we are, has now become a culture. If you compare to my parents, where the order has to come from somewhere, and it has to be as it ordered.
Yeah. We know that elections have to meet 3 criteria. They have to be free, fair, and of course transparent. When we talk about transparency, what exactly do we mean, and how does it instill a sense of public trust?
Transparency, we would have to look at the whole process of elections. Where does it start? And what does it entail? We start from maybe registration. Then from registration, you come to the verification of that voters register, and the voting process, and then the counting process before we get to the announcement or pronouncing of the results. How open are we during this process? Do we have observers? Do we have open door? Do we have media? Do we have everybody who is involved or interested in this process have free access to all these processes? Because once we are free and once we are open enough, everybody will have confidence, because you have witnessed what has gone. And once you satisfy yourself through the whole steps, I believe the outcome would be an automatic for someone to accept, because you are taking ownership of the whole process, because you have been part of that process and you have certified yourself into that. So once we master that, we would be able to create confidence into the public. And once the public is confident about the process, that will increase their interest in taking part every time when there is election, because they know it's something which is just and something that really would bring their desired results.
Yeah. Polling stations are scheduled to close at 9 o'clock, but if you come before 9 o'clock, it will close until the last voter is taken care of. And obviously now the numbers game comes into play. It's now projections and all types of things. And on top of that, now social media has come into play. We've seen during the campaigns all types of fake news being disseminated on various social media platforms. And when it comes to results, what should we watch out for in terms of not just spreading results that may paint a picture that this party has already won, or it's already losing. Talk to us a bit about the importance of waiting for information from the credible sources.
Credible sources. Yes, I think that's one area where as Namibia or the electoral system has to improve on. I don't know if it has to be a responsibility of the ECN or it can be a general, any other institution where we can now have a little bit of credible polls that will at least guide us in terms of the statistics, in what is there. Yes, we have our kind of geographic statistics that we currently rely on, maybe looking at the previous elections, what was the trend and how did it go about. But when you are dealing with the live process, what would I say today? What would be my expectation today for Windhoek if I had not had any polls before the elections about Windhoek or the trend about Windhoek? That would put me in the better position at least to predict and link my prediction to a credible source. Beside that, or without that, we now rely on our own raw information that we have. So we would have to be actual at the voting point and wait for that result before we pronounce. If I have to predict, I would have to look at what was there, what was the outcome at the previous election, maybe at the particular voting point, and what is the behavior of maybe of the locality in that area, maybe for me to be able to predict if I live around Theo Kashimone, where the result last time has shown these results, and now the people in that area are facing this issue, that could be. Without those credible kind of source or pre-poll systems that would have a contract, we would now have to rely on the actual results at the point. So no one would be now the credible source rather than ECN themselves and those that they are giving these responsibilities at the voting points for them to broadcast or to publish the real results, and only then we would have the right to now put this into say various social medias, because we are trying to rush to be the one news breakers.
To break the news, Eleni, just briefly, democracy is a very interesting thing. When I'm in power, I will praise everything that has to do with democracy, good governance, transparency, and all that stuff. But when the stacks are, the odds are stacked against me, I might change my mind and say, well, guys, I wasn't really, maybe I still need more time. Or will we perhaps, see a situation in Botswana, for example, where we saw the graceful handover by Masisi, even through a phone call where he considered and said, guy, fantastic job, you're the best man won. Talk to us about the importance of still standing for democratic values, even if it's not in your favor.
But I think Botswana has tested their democracy in the sense that for over 6 decades it was one party. As much as they have handed over power to different head of states, but within the same party. Now with a different party, it's a different kind of test that we have not done. But looking at the Namibian society in general, I think it's a peace-loving nation. We are expecting any Namibian citizen who happen to be in the position, who happen to lose it, to look at what has been the culture, even though if it was in the same party, they were doing it for Namibia. The moment we are handing this power to the next person to take over state, is now the state, not particularly as much as you are giving it to your fellow party member, but is the state power that you are giving to somebody who was mandated by the Namibians to lead that state. In that sense, that has been tested, but I strongly believe in the Namibian society and that it wouldn't be a threat. Looking at how getting into general public, you will find people from opposition parties having these discussions freely, and you seeing the convoys of different opposition parties driving past each other without having had any reporting violence about it. I want to bang on that confidence on the Namibian society.
Absolutely.
That should that happen, there shouldn't be an issue. And I pray that shouldn't be an issue at all.
One of our political analysts that we had here as a guest also mentioned about, narrated about a very interesting scenario where he went down south and he came across a house where on one side it was, I think it was a ruling party flag, and right next to it was a LPM flag. And these are things that you couldn't see perhaps 20 years ago. Remember there was a conflict around a tree, I believe it was up north, where one party felt that, no, this tree belongs to this particular party. But what do you think has changed over the years that has brought us to that political maturity where we can, like you just said now, we can have a conversation and shake hands and say, wow, I respect your opinion, but let's agree to disagree and move on with our lives and see how we can build this country together.
If I can take my own example, I have grown in my father's house, and he was a churchman. When it's a Sunday in his house. Everybody has to go to church. When it's June, the second week of June, it's a commemoration week. We all have to go to Okahanja. And it's like that. Now, when I have a 22-year-old daughter, and I don't have control over her. I know she went voting today. I do not have any control over her decisions in terms of, and we have these debates, and you will hear, oh, Papa, you won't understand. Like, so I won't understand? No, but this is a new world that we live in, so you wouldn't want to come and decide what do I have to do. So I think from that perspective, in the same house, the very same house can have 2 or 3 political parties within the same house, and that's a culture, and that's a democratic culture that has grown comparing to only 34 years of the Namibian democracy since 1989. I think we have to live that, and we have to cherish that for that to grow. In the near future, you will be able to see the changes that people are talking about, change today, but you do not see enough of inputs for this change to happen when you are looking into political perspective. And it's a game of numbers.
Absolutely.
It's a game of convincing the numbers to be able to affect that change. And looking at the current inputs that has been put into Namibian politics, comparing to maybe neighboring Botswana. The Botswana president, or the party that has taken over there, they have tried now for the 3rd time. So it's the 3rd time that he got it. So he have tried 1 or 2 times. And at the 3rd time, or the third time, he won it with a coalition. So it's an effort of you have tried, you have gone to the others, you have brought others, and then the change happened. Comparing that has not happened enough into Namibian politics for us to expect that change that we are wishing now. Yes, it is possible when you are looking at the demographic of the voters, of the registered voters, and the new young people, and how freely they can express themselves, independent from the cultural believers in their political parties. So there is that hope that space it's big enough for them to effect a change. But do they put enough effort for that to happen? That is to be tested by the results, which I wish we will be able to start seeing when the results are coming out without predicting.
Very soon, exactly. And also with the introduction of the ECN app, I think we'll get it much more quicker, and knowing that it's coming from a credible source, there won't be any second guesses of is this a number true or not. Just to touch on, I like the fact that you brought in, and I think our viewers will appreciate the fact that you brought in the intergenerational aspect of the younger generation taking on the older generation in debate, challenging some mainstay arguments about, no, you will just vote for the party, this party did this, we grew up in this. But things are changing, like you said. Young people are exposed to a whole different world now, to the internet. They are seeing how the youth in Mali, how the youth in Hong Kong are coming together and standing up for themselves. And it's slowly shifting their political perspective, and they're learning to speak up for themselves. But how much maturity does it take from an adult to entertain such a discussion, especially like if we talk about a traditional African context?
It's tough, but we have to accept that who are the adults that we are talking about? It's me and you.
Yes.
Comparing to our kids. We are the product of our parents. We did not get everything. There are those times when me and you would refer to our parents that, oh, Papa, you won't understand. Like the same way now the generation is telling us that we don't understand because they are now the tech world.
Yeah.
But it has to be a culture of any parents, because you had the same trend with your own parents when they were trying to tell you how things have been done and how you started to do it because of your generation of your time. Should we not accept that, then this is inevitable. You cannot stop it. They will grow their own independent opinion. They grow even further apart from us. We look at the time we are spending with our kids, with the time that we spend at our professional work, and come back here. They have learned a lot from somewhere else rather than in our own house. So it's just something that we have to accept and live with, because it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. We cannot want them to live like we have left.
Yeah. When election season comes, we often forget that elections come and go, after 4 to 5 years. And we sometimes perhaps maybe get carried away in the way we speak against somebody's political ideology, so political stance, whatever the case may be. But we forget that, look, after elections, we still have to live in the same neighborhoods. We still have to shop in the same malls. We still have to work in the same workplace. Regardless of the outcome of the elections, what Namibia would you want to see post-elections in terms of nation building, in terms of the bigger picture, when we shed when we take off our partisan hats and and move forward as Namibians? What is that dream that you have?
Look, for those that are actively participating into politics, for as much as they are doing what they are doing during the campaigning time, if I have to say, because that's where we speak a lot, that's where we say a lot of things in the quest of trying to convince the population, in the quest of trying to get votes, forgetting that this election will go over. And the moment the election is over, what you need to understand is that people has mandated you. People has given their right, their power to you.
Absolutely.
So the expectations now is on you to deliver or to deliver on them. So I would want a responsible government that will take ownership of the lives of every Namibian citizen, because these people have entrusted their lives with you. So it's not the statements that you were making to get the votes. As much as you have convinced them to get those votes, now you know there is a responsibility for what you have said, and you have to deliver, because as soon as in 4 or 5 years, we will come back and account, and we hold you accountable to say, but you said, but you said. If we can also grow that culture of really holding the leaders accountable, rather than just voting for the colors of our party and for the belief that this is my home and this is where I belong to, in vis-a-vis holding leaders accountable. And maybe that is something that we also need to grow into a Namibian society, so that they can grow that culture in them, because it will help in holding leadership accountable.
Absolutely. Eleni, thank you so much for being so accommodating. I know we were supposed to talk about, we did touch a bit on that, but I like the way the conversation has evolved into what we spoke about. Obviously, very, very valid points, and I think it adds a lot of value to the ongoing discourse that is about democracy. And how it is a living thing. It has to keep on growing, it has to keep on evolving. And yes, thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
I really appreciate it.
Sure.
Yeah, I was political analyst Eleni Ngova talking to us or giving his views about the current state of democracy in the country and the role that election plays. And also, last but not least, saying, look, whoever goes to State House, whoever goes to Parliament, they have to be held accountable. We'll now be shifting our focus to the ECN, where our colleagues Lago Shitatala and Denver Kisting will be bringing us up to speed.
Welcome back. It's shortly after 6:30 on this Wednesday, the 27th day of November 2024. We are coming to you live from Central Elections Results Centre at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. Less than 3 hours to go before the polls close as per the Electoral Act of Namibia. I think there's overarching consensus in the land of the brave that it has been a long day. We have witnessed reports, particularly within the realm of social media, of some Namibians saying that they're experiencing queues at polling stations, that they're experiencing some delays with ballot papers because these are National Assembly and presidential elections. You and I, if we are registered to vote, may vote at any polling station in any constituency across the length and breadth of this republic, and there are 121 constituencies within the borders of the land of the brave. We will touch base with the Electoral Commission of Namibia later to hear from them what is their take on how the process has been going and how they're coping, how they're dealing with those hiccups regarding the ballot papers. We've engaged the expert opinion of an electoral law specialist who is of the view those calls that we've also seen on some platforms that it might be necessary to extend voting formally until tomorrow. It would require the matter to be gazetted by the first citizen of the head of state. The head of state is, of course, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. My name is Denver Kisting, but I'm certainly not alone. I'm still alongside Madame Elago Shitatala. Good afternoon to you, Elago.
Good afternoon, Denver, and our viewers. Yes, indeed, we are still here at the ECN headquarters, specifically at the National Election Results Centre. And Denver, this time around, I am standing because we have brought out the text, the tools, and that is because you have indicated that we have less than 3 hours. So unbelievable, because just a few hours ago, the polling stations had just opened. Now we are counting down the hours to less than 3 already before the polling stations can be officially closed, provided that the last person that is in the queue is given a chance to vote.
And what we have learned is, in the past, it could extend beyond midnight, it could extend beyond the wee hours of the morning. So whoever is in the queue at that point in time at 9 o'clock will be allowed to vote. And until the last vote is cast, yes, the polling station will remain open. And we do know the counting will only commence once the polling station has been closed, yes, and then the process gets underway. But you here to show us, to demonstrate to us what tools are available if one wants to monitor the process on various platforms.
Yes, of course, Denver. Now, of course, once the polling stations have been closed, that would then mean that the results will start coming in after the counting has been completed and verified also and transported here at the Results Centre, that is the National Results Centre. Now, these tools are supposed to be showing us the results as they are brought in, all right? So this is the website that we have been speaking about. The ECN has made available a website, and this one, the URL is www.elections.na, and it is accessible to everyone for as long as you have, of course, the tools that will allow you to access it. Just type in www.elections.na. Right now, as you can see on the screen, Denver, this is what their website will look like when you first open it, and it is the Electoral Commission of Namibia's logo there. We have presidential ballot information, the National Assembly information, as well as the candidates and contact details should you have any questions and would like to get a hold of the Electoral Commission of Namibia to raise any queries or questions, Denver.
So what happens if one, for instance, clicks on the presidential ballot? What will then appear, Elago?
All right, so once you click on the presidential ballot, this is what will appear because that is where I've clicked already. And what we are seeing here is, of course, presidential ballot 2024 election results. And here, the first column is top presidential candidates, where we will see the results of the top presidential candidates as they are coming in. Because remember, these results are being updated constantly as they are being received, right? So right now, because no counting has begun, no polling stations have closed, because no last person has cast their vote yet at any constituencies yet, there aren't any results that will be released.
It's not 9 o'clock yet.
It's not 9 o'clock
So whether or not there's no person at a polling station at 9 o'clock, they must only close at 9 o'clock and counting can only can commence thereafter.
Yes, that's indeed correct, Denver. Thank you so much for pointing that out. Therefore, as it indicates here, it says no results, meaning that there aren't any results that have come in yet. But when they do come in, we will be able to see the top presidential candidates being depicted here, but in a graphical form. Not necessarily in text, and that this is what's going to be seen on the website.
At a particular moment. So as more results trickle in, that picture that was available initially at a given time could have changed. Yes. Depending on how the results look like, depending on how Namibians voted today.
That's correct, Denver. Now, next to the column which will show us the top presidential candidates is the national declared results. These are declared results showing the current counting progress for the national elections, of course. So this means that we will be able to track how the counting is going, and we will be able to tell. And these are also graphics, Denver, as you can see. Once 100% of the count is done, we will see that this entire circle will be colored blue, and on this side, obviously, will be colored green as per the dot. It's one.
The blue one is quite interesting. Irrespective of how many of the eligible voters cast their vote, it indicates at the blue one whether everyone who had cast their vote has had that vote counted.
Yes.
And the counting process is complete for those who participated in the process.
Yes.
Irrespective of whether everyone who could participate, in fact, participated. Is that correct?
That's correct, Denver. All right, and then we have the national turnout column. This one is very, very important because as much as the total registered voters are over 1.4 million, not all of them end up voting for various factors. Earlier on, Denver, you had a conversation with ECN's communications person, that is Davet Siluka, on some of the reasons why certain individuals might not end up going to vote. And it's not always an aspect of voter apathy, but it could be a health crisis. Let's say somebody is within the ICU, which is an analogy that you brought up earlier, and is unable to leave their hospital bed. Because the polling station does not come straight into the hospital room, this person, though registered part of the 1.4 million registered Namibians, might not be able to go out and actually cast their vote. Therefore, there will be a reduction in the number of people that actually go out and vote for various factors.
Let's flesh it out for a brief moment.
Yeah.
So, as far as hospitals are concerned, as far as those in custody at a police station are concerned, and those who have been sentenced and who are at a correctional facility, there are mobile polling stations. Yes. Of course, not only limited to those categories, but for those categories, there are mobile polling stations. But the mobile polling station, according to Mr. Siluka, is taken to a central point at the venue, and you must still make your way to that central point to cast your vote. So if you are in ICU, for instance, you might not be able, unless the bed gets moved there safely. If you are in active labor in a maternity ward, you may not be able to make your way to where that mobile station is set up to, in fact, cast your vote. And the other reality is some Namibians who are part of the 1.4 million registered voters, Selago, may have passed away before today. And we heard from the chairperson of the ECN, Dr. Elsie Nyikembo, last night, that from the Ministry of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, they receive figures of those who have passed away at the end of each month. So those who passed away before or on today who may not have voted, they'll only receive those figures on the 30th of November.
Which is Saturday. Therefore, I'm so glad that you really broke that down for us to understand why this number could be a reduction. All right, so this is one of those columns that are really, that one should look out for. It also indicates the percentage of people that vote, because that is also a critical factor in the results of the elections. Well, moving right along, Denver, we also have the column that stipulates statistics, viewers. Now, this one just compresses all the results into one column, and it's really just made so efficient that...
A snapshot.
Yes, a snapshot of everything, so that if it is that you really are confused and don't want to go through all of this, and you maybe don't have time, you're running out of data, you can just have a quick view on this end where the statistics are depicted. Well, the first statistic you'll see is the constituencies that have been counted. We do know that we have a total of 121 constituencies, as it is indicated there. And right now it says 0 out of 121 constituencies have been counted because counting has not begun in fact. And then you also have the total votes that are cast. Very important figure to really just differentiate between these three. And then total valid votes versus the total rejected votes. So once again, registered Namibians have gone out to vote. That's what we understand, right?
To escape the Relago, yes.
Yes,
yeah.
The touchscreen is quite sensitive. So
it is.
Yes, I might have to avoid really touching on it. All right. So once registered voters have gone out to vote, there is a total number of those that are considered as total votes. But then there is a process where the votes are then sifted, and only the valid ones are separated from the invalid. Now, the valid ones are separated in different ways. There are rejected votes and spoiled ballots, all right?
Yes.
The invalid ones, all right? So rejected votes, viewers, are probably those ballots that wherein a registered voter did not follow instructions.
Whether through ignorance or intentionally.
Yes.
If I intentionally defile the face of a candidate on the ballot paper, or the symbol or the emblem of a political party, such a ballot will not be valid and will therefore be rejected.
Yes. And it can be rejected in a manner where perhaps you didn't mark the X in the box, in the border of the box provided. You used a different symbol to indicate a tick, perhaps a circle, perhaps, or a little heart. If you put a cross on all the favorite candidates that you want to lead you for the next 5 years,
that cannot be a valid ballot.
That cannot be a valid ballot. So those are just some of the examples. And then there are ballots that are known as spoiled ballots. Now, spoiled ballots are ballots that, for example, if I walk into a polling station and I'm provided with a ballot that has an ink that isn't clear, for example, or something is spilled on it.
I may sneeze, my nose may bleed, and therefore, not through intention, through circumstance, that's no longer a valid ballot. But in such instances, I may be granted a replacement because it was not an intentional misdemeanor.
Yes, it will be replaced. You have the right to give it back and receive a clean one, all right? That is because you still have not voted on that ballot, therefore it is considered as a spoiled ballot. But mind you, all these ballots will be accounted for because every single ballot must be tallied.
We do know that because we're making use of paper this time around, as opposed to the previous elections where we used electronic voting machines, that more ballot papers were printed than the number of registered voters to accommodate such instances and to make sure that should an eventuality occur, that we are able to manage that. Yeah. But at the end of the day, as you're rightfully putting it, Elago, we must account for every single ballot paper that went to every single polling station that subsequently must have been moved to a constituency office and that must return to where we are.
Yes, that's correct. Now, when we conclude the statistics, then you will find the registered voters, and here is the official, the entire number. We always say over 1.4 million registered Namibians because we are basically rounding it up, all right? So moving down, if you scroll down on the website, viewers, there you will have the map for the votes, where it shows the constituencies in which the elections are happening. All right, so these constituencies will be tabulated in this graph with the colors representing the different presidential candidates. In these elections, we have 15 presidential candidates and 21 political parties. Now, these 15 presidential candidates are depicted all using a different color. So, once counting has begun and a certain presidential candidate has majority representation or majority vote count in a specific constituency, then we will see this graph depicting that particular constituency with the color of the presidential candidate.
In other words, you can zoom into every single small or big constituency across the length and breadth of Namibia, yes, to establish how that particular candidate is faring in that constituency.
That's correct, Denver. So all the presidential candidates are here, and they also have information from the previous elections.
I was going to ask you, I know we press for time, as we always are, but why do some candidates have some results and some don't? And some have for 2 periods and others only have for 1 period. What's the context thereof, Ilago?
I'm so glad you asked that question, Denver, because you know how misinformation and disinformation can spread really quickly. It's really important to indicate that these numbers are from the last 2 elections, and it indicates here that these are the 2014 results of the presidential elections that took place and 2019 elections that took place. Of course, 2024 will be empty for all because, again, counting has not begun. Results are not in yet. So not all the presidential candidates that are partaking in these elections partook in the previous 2 elections. Therefore, that is why, for example, you will see candidate from AR, Job Amupanda, that he has no results shown on his or next to his name. That's because he didn't participate in the last 2 elections. Yes, this is maiden race. But candidates like Panduleni Itula from IPC was in the 2019 elections as an independent candidate for the presidential elections, and this was his score. So that is basically what we are seeing here, Denver. And the same is actually also here under the National Assembly elections. So it's basically the same thing. The only difference is this: you will see parties depicted here and not necessarily the presidential candidates.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive overview. It's so exciting then, from the palm of your hand. Provided you have access to a smart device and to data, you are able to monitor the results as they trickle in. You're able to see how your candidate of choice, your party of choice performs in real time. And because counting has not begun, because it's not 9 o'clock yet, we don't see any results for these elections yet. But once that happens, we'll also bring the viewers up to speed for those who are watching television, for instance, and who may not want to access a smart device. We will make sure that everyone is on the same page.
That's indeed correct,
yes,
Denver.
Thank you so much, Ilago.
You're welcome.
Now, the Director General of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Stanley Benjamin Similo, is a visionary leader who leads by example. He participated in this democratic process called the Presidential and National Assembly elections today, and we will bring you an insert played from NBC's headquarters of that event today, but also a very important message from our Editor-in-Chief about the significance of today and participating in these elections. Let's take a look.
Voting continues here in the capital as our team goes around polling stations. We now came at Van Rijn Primary School, and guess who we met here casting his vote is the Director General of the NBC, Stanley Similo. DG, you came to cast your vote here. How do you find the process?
No, very seamless. I must say much better than with the registration. This one was truly seamless. The explanation is very explicit. You going through the processes, I think, very, very, very easy. And I must say, I think if we look at that, one can only speak about the training that went into making sure that the officials know exactly what they are doing.
You are the chief in editor, and I think I should not shy away from asking for your analysis. What do you see in terms of the demography of the voters in queues?
I think the people of Namibia made it very clear when they registered. Hence, the number that we got, 1.4 plus. So that is manifesting today.
Our viewers most likely to see us going 24/7 on broadcast, or are we going to break somewhere and then continue thereafter?
Look, I've been thinking last night to say that what if the process takes long? I will be expecting you and all others that are doing the broadcast to work for extreme long hours. So I can only just appeal that we do what we do best, and I've been speaking to the senior people that are coordinating this at ground level. And before I just came here, I had a chat with the chief of programs and the head of news just to get a feel for what is happening throughout the country. And I was assured that things are really, really working very well. And all stations, in terms of where we are, we were able to capture most of the leadership that are leading the parties, also to show Namibians that they themselves are not just saying come and vote, but they are living that as well. So from that end, we've been okay. And as you would have seen and listened to radio, we are literally reflected on all corners of the country. Now today is the easy one, because today we're basically just reflecting how people are going through their paces and so on. Tomorrow starts the work now. Once voting closes tonight at 9, and depending on what time the last voter will be giving through their number, the process of tallying will then start. And I suspect that from tomorrow, anytime from 6, 7 o'clock, we'll start seeing the numbers trickling in. So for us at NBC, radio, all stations, 11 of them, television, NBC One, and then online, we will then start relaying the numbers as they are coming through. That's when then people will find the value of what is happening. As you would know, the ECN is just across here, and we have our main broadcast stage also being there. So that's from where then we will be telling exactly what we are going through. And today, in particular, for us, from a production perspective, it's quite a good one, because we can see exactly now where we might even have our own sort of like shortcomings. So we will be fixing that as well. But at this stage, I'm very, very happy with whatever has been happening. And we're looking forward to making sure that Namibians hear and see exactly what is happening with this important process of living democracy in its reality. So, but we are hoping for a good outcome in terms of particularly the numbers.
Welcome back. Before that break, we listened to the sentiments of the Director General of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Stanley Similu, on the significance of today. And according to him, Namibians, 1.4 million Namibians, already sent out a strong message about the significance of these elections for them when they turned up in that large number to register in order to participate in today's elections. Those are the National Assembly and the presidential elections. And of course, giving us the marching offers that his expectation is that we may be working long hours until this process is completely wrapped up so that we bring you, Namibia, up to speed with developments as they unfold. Now, in pursuit of that objective, all our 11 radio stations have also set up here at the Electoral Commission of Namibia's head office in the Namibian capital, and Elago has temporarily relocated to the radio center on the premises to engage some of our colleagues on how they are doing what they do best. Elago, it's over to you and the radio team.
Thank you so much, Denver. And as you have indicated, we are also having our radio colleagues set up here, that is at the ECN headquarters. We often talk about how we're asking the viewers to tune into all our platforms, that is television, radio, as well as online. But on television, we don't really see how the setup of radio looks like when we are on these outside broadcasts. But today we thought to just bring it to you, the viewers, and also share it with you how our colleagues are covering the election coverage, especially those of us or those of the radio colleagues that are stationed here at the election headquarters. Right now, I am at the booth of the Kati FM, where we have some of your favorite stars for those of you who listen to Kati FM right here, also making sure that the listeners are abreast and kept informed about everything that is happening within the 2024 elections. I'm sure for some of the viewers that are watching that are also listeners of the radio station, we already been Burura, meaning that they have perhaps recognized the voice. But for our viewers who are not listeners of Kati FM, please introduce yourself.
Edina janje o Otilie Hamtenya o Handirongo mo Radio NBC Kati FM. Hello Namibia.
Thank you so much, Me Otilia Hamtenya. Well, that is the face behind the voice. You are here to cover the elections. How has it been going so far, and who have you been engaging?
Very much exciting. Basically, it's the ECN officials and also the public out there. Like today, we were up there early in the morning at the polling stations to see how is it going, and it was very much, it's exciting, yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much. What can the listeners of Kati FM expect over the next few days as we are still expecting results to be announced?
We are here, the teams are still out there in the field for those one who are still voting until the station closes at 9. But after that, their results will be coming and tickling in. So tune in to Kati FM, we'll be there for you, we'll be your servants.
Right. What is the frequency for Kati FM?
97.4. Thank you.
Okay. Me Otilia Topandula.
Tangi Elago, Tangi Kompurikin.
Well, there you have it, listeners. Ompilikini actually means listener in Oshiwambo. Now, that was just one of our colleagues here at the radio broadcast setup here, that is set up here at the ECN Election Center. Now, we are moving on to a different radio station. As you do know that the NBC ensures that all Namibians are covered. So we do have different radio stations in different vernaculars to ensure that no one is left out. Right now, I am here at the booth of Kabas, and we have a gorgeous lady here, also ensuring that those listeners of Kabas are informed and are not missing out any information in as far as the 2024 elections are concerned. Now, my Kwekwe Govab is not that good, but I'm going to try and greet. I just don't know how to say good evening, but I can say, how are you, which is Matisa, right?
Yes, Matisa, and then Kang is for good evening.
All right, I might not get the click, so I do not want to offend anyone. I won't try that. I'll stick to Matisa. Is it acceptable?
Anytime, yes.
Ma'am, please introduce yourself to some of our viewers who are not necessarily listeners of Kabas FM, who perhaps some recognizing the voice, but not the face.
Yes. I am Desiree Christian, the manager for Kabas FM, previously known as the Damaranama, and the listeners know me as Nonqueros. Yes.
When did the election broadcast here begin, and how has it been faring?
Well, the polling stations, some of them opened at 7. My team was here at about 5, 6. We had our GM show. We had different crossovers from the ECN as well as field producers and all over Windhoek basically, and all over Namibia as you would. So 7 o'clock, everything went on smoothly.
Right, that's amazing. How is your broadcast going? We are looking at the challenges, of course, that ECN is experiencing, and those are some of the questions we are asking the officials. But from NBC Kabas FM side, are there some challenges that you are experiencing, and how are you addressing them in as far as this broadcast is concerned?
Well, I think the challenges or concerns are all, general all over the country. So as far as my team is concerned, they are out there. We are the watchdog, so we should report on issues and developments as they happen in the day. So I don't think there's anything else apart from maybe a shortage of ballot papers or maybe a polling station not having ink or whatever. So I think those are the general concerns, nothing major.
To our viewers who are not aware of the frequency of Kabas FM, please remind them and also tell them to keep it locked to NBC, all platforms, in Kwekwe Gobap, of course. Yes.
Absolutely. Kabas sadugeng I come FM's meaning 105.3 in Windhoek in this area. Tonight, throughout tomorrow, until we are done and until the last vote is counted or the last election result is given order.
KAOS. Well, that was Desiree talking to us here at the radio setup here at the NBC setup, where they are ensuring that all the radio stations do have representation and are being represented. Now, I am here at the Omurari booth. I don't know if I'm expected to whisper. The reason is because they are currently on air. So I'm just going to put the mic there so we see what's happening with them as they are currently on air right now.
Twapiro kufo kusha turongerise over national politika no politika njahani kanji no politika rumwenji mosha wea nombanda nu ombanda njinju na yonjonji muhadhara hapo mosha ngatuka eno muretima ngatuvandi parevi
bango mabandi parero owo chinashi shishi hadharwa ponganda o kushakako kashidarwa ulirwandu beso kuhupa mondira njio kushakashidarwa wako kusha odongo mendumo sanayo.
Well, they are on air right now, live on Omurari FM. So if you are listening, this is what it looks like on radio, or rather with us, but that is what you're hearing on radio. We are still going to visit all the other radio stations. All right, I am told that we now need to hand it over to you, Denver. That is what it looks like here. That is, of course, at the Radio Broadcast Center right here at the ECN headquarters. And now we are giving it back to Denver. It's over to you.
Kapandula Unene, colleague Elago, thank you so much for that engagement with our colleagues from Murari, colleagues from Kabas, and of course our colleagues from Kati. We look forward to more engagements with the other colleagues who are also here at the Electoral Commission of Namibia as far as radio coverage is concerned. We now take a look at an insert from colleague Blanche Correses.
I'm happy I have exercised my right to choose my representatives in the National Assembly and in the presidency. And I call upon all Namibians to do likewise. And this is a right that was earned through immense sacrifices, and we should not take it for granted. And that is the only way really we can participate in the governance of the country. That is the only way that we can hold leaders accountable to participate in elections. So I call upon everyone to come out and vote.
Prime Minister, you see the queues are a bit long.
How would you encourage other Namibians to really brave those long queues to exercise this?
The process was very fast, you know. For me, it took less than a minute, I believe, or just a minute. So although the queues are long, we should brave them, because when we come inside, it will be a minute and we'll be done.
When we arrived here, Jonas, we did have a chance to speak to the ECN officials on site, where they provided assurance that the polling station opened right on time. And we did have a chance to also just observe a little bit around and saw that the elderly as well as the other vulnerable voters are being given a chance. They are actually the first in the queue. The process, as described by some that we have spoken to, is so far going smoothly. But let me not be the one to tell you that. But let me also just engage the outside in the queue, just to talk to us about what time they arrived and what they think the process would, or what they anticipate the process to be. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, everybody.
So did you arrive? The polling stations opened at 7 on the dot. So have you been here since that time?
I mean, we've been here since 5 o'clock in the morning. It's nothing really, because it's an important day for us. So yeah, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Now, talk to me about the patients since 5 o'clock. What have you... I know that I can see the camping chairs. I can see that I also spotted some voters having their cooler boxes and so on. So I know that you must have also had your coffee and maybe the entire breakfast here. So how are you, just about your patience with regard to the process here?
I think the patience is not about now. It started the day I went to get my voter's card. It's one of those things that you need to mentally prepare yourself. Not now, though. It has to happen way back. So it's, you know, like going to Home Affairs. You need to know that you will be queuing. So my patience is not for now. It already started way back. So, yeah, I was quite prepared.
Do you share the sentiments? What time did you arrive here, sir?
We came at the same time.
So you're friends?
Yes. And as he has mentioned, we were already prepared from the day that we have registered and got our voters' cards.
Looking at the turnout here, one can see it's a mixture of everyone. You have the elderly, as I mentioned, you have the young gentlemen who just spoke to us, but there are also women here, and particularly the youngsters here as well. They themselves are in the queue to cast their votes, Jonas. But with me is Patricia. Patricia, did you also arrive here at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, I arrived here 5 o'clock in the morning, ready to cast my vote. I'm here with the gentleman that you guys just spoke with right now. I'm just standing here in the sun a bit because, of course, I kind of was not really prepared. I thought it was going to be a summer morning, a bit warm in the morning, but unfortunately, my feet are so cold. So I'm just standing in the sun to, yeah.
I'm happy I have exercised my right to choose my representatives in the National Assembly and in the presidency. And I call upon all Namibians to do likewise.
That was colleague Blanche Corrises with some views of Namibians in the Namibian capital participating in this democratic process called the National Assembly and presidential elections, underway formally until 9 o'clock. Of course, we do know by now that if you find yourself in a queue at a polling station at 9 o'clock, you will be allowed to cast your vote, provided that you indicate that that is your intention. Now we now delve into pressing issues shaping governance and public management, and specifically focusing within the context of Namibia and these elections that are scheduled to take place once every 5 years. Now, as Namibians are currently for the next 2 hours or so still exercising their democratic right at the polls, it's an opportune time to reflect on what constitutes good governance. Here to tell us more is Jack Pelens-Mundra, a public management lecturer at the Namibian University of Science and Technology. Greetings, sir, and welcome to this special broadcast.
Good evening. Good evening, viewers out there.
What has your observation been of what transpired today?
I see euphoria in our country. I see more democracy is multiplying. Democracy is still alive in our country. And I've been at the polling stations. I've seen it's full. I tried to vote, but I'm going back again to vote. But it's an euphoria that we still have this democracy in our hands as a country, and we're enjoying this peace and stability that has evolved since independence.
Now, one of the key mandates of a government of the day is to deliver services to its people and to do so effectively. Yet we do know that that is certainly no walk in the park. And there are some obstacles, there are some hindrances, there certainly are some challenges. From where you stand, which are the key challenges that are faced by government in rendering such services to the people?
One of the key services, number one, could be funding issues. Because our current funding that are in place cannot cater for all the resources, all the projects and programs that we need to deliver, looking at the aspect of health, education. Another aspect is the human resources is also a problem, where those that work in government need sufficient training services, as well as motivations, for example, to deliver much services. Because sometimes you see people are working in government, they don't care what problem people are facing out there. So it also.
What would you attribute that to? It's one thing to be employed gainfully in the public service, and according to you, they may not have the attitude to perform in accordance with what it is they have to. What would you attribute some of those attitude challenges to?
Actually, there should be motivations, not only from government ministry, but also there are some other agencies that are representing government as state-owned enterprises. But there should be motivation. Employees should be motivated to produce those services to the people. And it can be maybe benefits. We know all the human resources benefits that are important in that sense.
Now, we appreciate your sacrifice to have given up your spot in the queue where you found yourself to engage us this evening, and your undertaking, your commitment that you will return to a queue to make sure that you participate in this process. We have seen some opinions in the world of social media where some Namibians say they got frustrated because of the long queues, and then they abandoned the queue not to return. So talk to us about voter apathy as a phenomenon, why people would register to participate in the process and then on D-Day they actually would not cast their vote.
It is important, and it is important to look at in a longer term, to look at what can we do as a country to make this process fast and efficient as possible. And it is required from ECN to do much of research. Maybe in the next 20 years, Namibia will change. You can just go to a polling station and vote within 1 hour or 2 hours.
The reality of the matter also is, although some have expressed concerns about the pace at which queues moved at some polling stations, we've also seen reports where others say, it didn't take me too long to vote. I committed to the process. We have a public holiday dedicated to this process, and I was in and out in a very short period of time. So there were also instances where, in fact, the process did go smoothly from the reports that we did see. What's your take on that?
Yeah. From my experience, I went to NAST, I wanted to vote. The queue was close to 400 to 500 meters. That was too long, and that is the time that I have to prepare to come to NBC here. But actually, my view on that is that we are doing good in terms of that, compared maybe to previous years. But actually, we need to do something to avoid such long queues. Either we have multiple polling stations at various, let it be a school, police station, or maybe 3 or 4. At NAST is only 1. So we need at least 4 where people will just have 40 people in a queue.
Mr. Munjana, public management is your domain. Help us understand the extent to which it can serve as a tool to help us address some of the challenges that we face as a society, including but not limited to the challenge relating to unemployment.
I've seen that in most manifestos, most political parties want to address unemployment. But we cannot address unemployment in a very short period of time. And we cannot address unemployment if, for example, the government that will be in power in the next 72 hours or 24 hours cannot have a Minister of Unemployment. It's an issue. We need to address it. We need to have a Minister of Unemployment and look what can we do. We need to have conferences on unemployment. Every year we need to build on research and development. How can we address this? And it's also very important that as a government, if people are not employed, people must be at universities. People must be at vocational training centers. This is very important. We cannot keep people that we need. Young, vibrant Namibians that should not be on the street, should either be at high institutions or should be in a part of our labor force.
I still want to understand from the perspective of your domain being public management, how can that be used as a tool to help us intervene in this crisis of unemployment?
Most importantly is to advise on the best approaches, best normative approaches. What can we do as a government to address this? We need to benchmark with other countries. How have they gone in terms of addressing unemployment? Because, and also other important thing is that we are talking much of inclusivity, and we are talking much of diversity. We are a country with so many ethnicities, and we must diversify in terms of fighting one common problem, which is unemployment.
You highlighted the role that research and development should play to help us address the challenges that we experience as a country. Do we capacitate research and development sufficiently with funding, with sufficient funding for it to serve the purpose that it's supposed to serve?
One of the common issues with regard to that is that when you look at South African universities, they are funded. And their budget is maybe combined to UNAM and NAST. One, maybe you look at Stellenbosch or UNISA. But we need more funding to this university to carry much of a research and to find solutions to such problems.
Indeed. Any final thoughts before we set you free so that you can go cast your vote, sir?
I think I'm happy as a Namibian. And one most important that we have achieved as a country, we have achieved peace and stability. If you look at other countries around the world, after elections, there are a number of things that actually create wars and conflict. But we have been enjoying that, and I'm happy that as a Namibian, witnessing a country that has been enjoying peace and stability. Having said that, thanks so much.
Yeah. There you have it, Ms. Jack Pillens Munjwa, Public Management Lecturer at the Namibian University of Science and Technology, talking to us about public management as a tool to intervene in some of the challenges that we face as a society, but also how far we've come as a democracy as Namibians head to the polls today for the National Assembly and presidential elections. We'll be back after a break.
Well, if you are just joining us, you are watching us. We are coming to you live from the ECN headquarters, that is at the National Election Results Center. And we are here to bring you conversations as well as views and news pertaining to the 2024 elections that Namibia is currently undertaking. Namibians are currently casting their votes at various polling stations across the country, and it is expected to end in a few hours, that is at 9 o'clock. But that doesn't mean that Namibians would have stopped casting their votes at 9 o'clock, but the last person in the queue at that time would then be given a chance until they have cast their votes. But joining me now to give us an analysis of the process, also in comparison to 2019 and his experience, is Professor Fanuel Kapama, who is a political analyst. Professor, good evening, and thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Good evening.
All right. Professor, did you cast your vote already, and how was the experience being out there?
Yes, no, I did cast my vote already.
Okay.
It's something that comes once in a blue moon, once in 5 years.
Yes.
Although it is not my first time to vote. Having waited for 5 years, I was looking forward
Okay.
to it.
What particularly were you looking forward to regarding this process?
No, especially just to cast my vote, because it's a very important symbol step, but a very important step in a democratic process. Because any government would need political legitimacy, and that does not fall from heaven. It has to be bestowed by the people once in a while, after every 5 years. Now, having followed the political debate, I was looking forward to say that let me contribute so that whatever governments comes about, I can engage and say, yes, I was part of that process.
Yeah.
Hence, I have the following demands.
Very well, Professor. Now, what kind of government would Namibia need for the next 5 years?
Now, I think the Constitution provides those pertinent requirements. If you look at the preamble of the Namibian Constitution, goes on to say democratic state of Namibia. It outlines in which people would not feel discriminated on the basis of sex, race, ethnicity, religion, and so on. And then it also goes on, especially in Article 95, the principles of state policy. That talks about the social welfare responsibility of government towards its citizens.
Mm-hmm. Of course, a new government or one would be retained after the results are announced, that is by the ECN, once the election process has ended and the counting process has ended. But let's quickly compare these elections to that of 2014 and 2019. We do know that in 2019, the number of registered voters then were just over 1.3 million. And the method that was used for the election process then were electronic compared to now, where we have gone back to manual, particularly for the presidential and National Assembly elections. So how does this election process compare to that of 2019?
Yeah, now let me start first of all. After any election, even if it is the serving president that is re-elected, we always have a new government.
Yes.
That's why we are, whoever is elected president, or whoever is elected into the National Assembly, are taken through the rituals for swearing in and so on.
Okay.
Even if they have served before.
They are still considered a new
A
government.
new government.
Very well,
Yeah.
Professor.
Now, having said that, coming to your question, it's also very critical to 2019. The process of voting was through the electronic mode.
Yes.
It is something that even at that time many people were not accustomed to. In the sense that, yes, it involved pressing buttons. But as you were doing that, you were saying that how sure am I that where I have pressed
is indeed the candidate that I've
it's the
selected.
candidate that I have selected. Yes. And then, of course, as the court found out, the fact that there was no clear paper trail have left the whole process wanting. Hence, the ruling or the order of the court, which led to the decision for reverting back to the manual voting system. Now, of course, with a very technologically advanced, where the technology and the methods are efficient, one of the assumptions has been that the electronic voting is faster, especially if it has been programmed in such a way that there is an automatic tally.
Okay.
Even if there is a manual verification. But what we have seen has not been a major difference with the period before. So having reverted back to the manual system, I think today I spent close to 10 hours in the queue.
Close to 10 hours?
Yes, although I'm a senior citizen in waiting. And I got the invitation to move to the front. I wanted to experience that process.
Okay.
And when I got into the queue and I saw others going to the front, I got frustrated.
Okay.
And I think that, in a way, led to that prolonging of the process.
Yeah.
But what I found very interesting is that around me, there were many young people who were prepared to spend those 10 or more hours in the queue, and that gave me hope.
Okay.
That
So when
if young people take such an interest in the affairs of their governance, then Namibian democracy is bound to grow by leaps and bounds.
Yeah. So when you eventually got to voting, was the process fast enough? What would you think contributed to your wait in the queue so long? Is it perhaps because of the number of people that were voting, or was it because of a slow process? Which of the two is it?
Yes, the voting process, I don't think it took me even 3 minutes.
Just quite fast?
In the booth, it was very fast.
Yeah.
But the turnout was very high, and especially in areas with a high population density, like the capital city. That contributed to that. And of course, I think the bigger delay, people who would come and claim, I have been in the queue before. And yes, I think that led to the slowing down of the process, or where a family of 12 send one person to go and stand in the queue, and as they are getting close, then you see 11 people coming. But I think that is part of the democratic process, and in the end, I'm happy that I voted.
Okay. Now, of course, you have indicated that there isn't much of a difference between the elections process itself of that of 2019 and this of 2024 apart, even though we used EVMs then and now we're using manual system. What about the 2024 elections where, of course, the manual system was used compared to now? There are a few successes and challenges that have been raised by those who have experienced the voting process. Is there anything new that is happening now that didn't happen before in 2014?
Yeah. Now, I think even the very simple design of the ballot has slightly changed. Like for the National Assembly in the past would be the name of the party, the logo of the party. Okay. Now we are also seeing the portrait picture of the party leader. That's something new. The fact that, and it's not the first time, but I think something that was not there in the very first elections, the accommodation of the voters with disability through the use of the relevant systems, Braille, and so on. So all these ones are very significant. But I think the most significant, in my view, if I compare this youth turnout that I have seen today, any other time where I saw young people so enthusiastic and interested was in 1989.
Okay. And now only in 2024, comparing to this?
I think in my subjective analysis.
Yeah. What would you think are the contributing factors to this?
Now, I think the key contributing factor in 1989, the impending transition from colonial rule to independence, from authoritarian rule to democracy, stimulated a lot of public interest. In 2024, for the first time, it's not the first time actually, Honorable Nandi Daitwa is not the first women presidential candidate in history.
Yes.
There has been others before her. But I think many people are convinced that this could be the time that we could see that gender transition at the highest level. That created a euphoria. There is also a euphoria whereby people think that for the first time in history there is that possibility that we could see the ruling party not maintaining the traditional level of performance, especially people who have looked at what happened in Botswana, what happened in South Africa, and some other places. That also has created a euphoria, and people are talking.
Yeah.
There are also a number of social challenges. Global economy is not doing very well. Namibia is not immune. Our level of employment creation has not kept pace with the promises contained in the National Development Plan and other tools of development planning. So people also have that interest. The challenges of poverty, hunger, homelessness, and people having realized that their vote can bring about an improvement in that level. All this has created a euphoria.
Okay.
And hence the high public interest, especially among our young people.
Yes. What about the aspect of voter apathy? Could it be that young people now understand the essence of them participating in an exercise of this nature compared to before?
Yeah. And I think also one of the key issues is that if you look at presidential candidates in the past, young people may not have sufficiently identified because none of them was in the run. When you look at party list, there came a time that it was dominated by people of the altar. age cohorts compared to the youth. But now when they are seeing their peers,
familiar age groups on the party list and competing for different offices, that in itself would stimulate that it's a process for us because they can identify with it. Yes. Professor, the election process is still ongoing. Namibians can still go out and cast their vote. But once that process has ended and counting has begun and results have been announced, from a political analyst perspective, what are some of those key areas that can be looked at to determine that these elections, once results are announced, are successful and credible? Yes, now I think that speaks to the free and fairness of the process. And when we are talking about free, were there any impediments for people to express their political desires? One of those issues, I think we have heard of a few polling stations running out of paper. Yes. And of course, I would assume after maybe a few minutes or a few hours, paper was brought. But one hopes that when people heard this, there were not many who got demoralized and walked away. Because if that has happened, then the freeness of the process becomes questionable, especially if those administrative hiccups are not addressed. And then the other issue is, speaking to the fairness, is the correct tallying of the votes, to the extent that the final product would be a true reflection. The challenge in the past has been waiting for 5 days. So I hope this time ECN is prepared. And by tomorrow evening, we would have the final results. That's my wish. That is your wish. Yes. And we have heard your wish, Professor. Yes. Thank you so much for engaging us this evening, Professor. Thank you very much. All right. Well, that was Professor, that is Fanuel Kapama, and he was just giving us an analysis of the election process that Namibia is currently undertaking to choose a party as well as a presidential candidate that will be governing them for the next 5 years. We are now handing over the baton to Studio 2 when Dapewa Ambambi is on standby. It's over to you.
Thank you so much, Ilago Shitatala, there in conversation with Professor Kapama there, talking on elections, and which is basically what is happening today, the 27th of November, Namibia's presidential as well as National Assembly elections. Well, Jonas, the conversations continue. Absolutely. We continue to cross over to our colleagues. Juliet Siveso. All the way in? Devundu. That's right. Love it. Juliet, it's over to you.
Good evening. We are coming to you from Rukonga Vision School, the collection center where all the ballots that have been cast in the Mukwe constituency will come after polling stations close at 9 o'clock. With me is the returning officer for the constituency, Freddie Rugaro, who's actually going to walk us through the day. Good evening and thank you for joining us.
Good evening, the Mukwe constituency, and thank you for voting. We started early in the morning. All the polling stations, all the teams reported at their polling stations since yesterday, and all voters starting voting at 7 o'clock. I visited most of the teams and find out that there are long queues and people are eager to vote. Now I'm expecting the teams to return back after 9 to the collection center so that I can collect the the result which the presiding officer have posted and announced at the polling station where they worked, and they be prepared so that I can prepare them so that I can announce for the constituency.
Now, of course, we also observed some challenges in some of the areas within the Mukwe constituency, this being with people complaining about the long queues and having to stand there. But there is one particular issue regarding a village called Shamungaru, if I'm not mistaken. The villagers have decided to boycott. Can you just talk to us about that? Why is it that they're not voting, or why have they chosen not to vote?
No, my duty is to make sure every Namibian or everybody in the Mukosi constituency vote. What happened in Shamungaro, I cannot say. That is a police issues and the political authority issues. But my officials are there and waiting for them. If they decide to vote, then they can come and vote. If they don't decide, this is their constitutional rights. And myself, I cannot comment on that. That is for the police.
Mm-hmm. Now, with only about an hour and a few minutes to go before the polls close, how many people are we talking about in this particular village? Because, as you mentioned earlier, it's not just the one village, but the surrounding areas. How many people would you say are choosing not to vote?
Yeah, that allegation of choosing not to vote, the people in that village might maybe 200, 250, depend to the villages and depend to those who wanted to vote. I understand that some of them wish to vote and have they voted and the others refuse, but I cannot say now because we must look at the voters' card. Maybe some of them are not registered and some of them registered, but I cannot tell exactly number.
Mm-hmm. Now, generally, with all the other polling stations, of course, in the early hours, we saw a low turnout, but eventually the numbers were picking up. Now, queues are also picking up, and 9 o'clock come. Are you going to give an extension, or 9 o'clock, that's just closing the doors?
Yeah, we people is always like that. In the beginning, you are slow. When you see the hours going, you rush. And that is their rights, but we are there for them. If they come, we attend to them. In terms of the act, if 9 o'clock, there are still people in the queue. We still continue with them until we finish. What we are going to do is to request the police officers who are with us to stand behind the last person in that queue. And then we attend to all of them. If there are 200, 2,000, we are going to finish them. We are not going to leave anybody who said the polling station. All of them will vote.
All right. Now, of course, when 9 o'clock comes, everything is going to come. You can just briefly, what is going to happen 9 o'clock? Are all the polling officials going to bring the ballots this side? Will they arrive in time to do so?
When they close, depend the polling station. What is going to happen is they close and count there. After counting there, they announce the result. After announcing the results, they post the result at that particular polling station. And then they will now move to the collection center. Moving here depends which team finish first. If team number 25 finish, they will arrive. If team number 1 finishes, they will arrive. And then I will receive all the presiding officers' votes and then count them for the constituency.
All right, thank you so much. And that's it for now for Mukwe constituency. It's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Juliet Siveso there, joining us all the way from Mukwe constituency, getting an update there. They did start on time. It is actually, quite slow right now, but they did mention that the polls will be closing at exactly 9 o'clock. And once it's 9 and there are still people in the queue, the aim is to help everyone exercise their democratic rights. But it has been that way, and it will continue to be that way, Jonas.
Yeah, and I think once again, despite the fact that the polling stations close at 9 o'clock, he did say even if there are 2,000, of course, that's a bit of
a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, a bit of a stretch. But of course, the aim is to ensure that anyone who comes, after 9 o'clock is still accommodated, even if they have to close at 2 or 3 a.m. That is the policy that they have to abide by. But once again, we have been emphasizing the importance of being the early bird, to go out there, get it over and done with. I mean, people who were able to do it by 8 and 9 are now at home, anxiously waiting for the results as well. But yeah, like you said, people are like that. We have a tendency, I think, in Namibia, not only when it comes to elections. We saw it with the SIM card registrations, where people thought, I'll take my time. And then come D-Day, lines were snaking around, you know, all types of buildings, because they were now, they knew it was now, it was serious business.
Procrastination is a real thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And why not? I mean, I'm one of those culprits when it comes to assignments, of course. You know, I always wait for the due date because that is when you are very much, you know, inspired. But we are not judging anybody here. It is a free space. It doesn't matter what time you go, even if you go like perhaps 10 minutes to the hour, as long as you go out there and exercise your democratic right. We are vouching for the over 1.4 million Namibians who are registered to vote to actually go out there and cast their votes.
Yeah. And when we crossed over to the ACN, it was really nice to see the demonstration being carried out by our colleagues, Elago and Denver, just breaking down how the app works. And then of course, the
website.
The website. So everyone who was watching probably has now an idea of how to operate the website. So as soon as the results come rolling in, they can, you know, click on the presidential ballot or the National Assembly ballot and see, you know, how their candidates or how their party is faring. And the most important thing is that, you know, it's coming from a credible source. And we did discuss it with the political analyst here, Eleni, where we spoke about, you know, the importance of waiting for results from credible sources. If you get it from NBC, if you get it from ECN or credible news sources, then you know for sure that it's indeed a correct figure, instead of relying on social media. And you know by now, you know, I'm sure you're also part of a family WhatsApp group. There will be that one uncle, there will be that one aunt, as we know that we'll be sharing some information like, auntie, come on.
We're not going to do this, you know.
We're not going to do this. Yeah, so and those messages spread like wildfire, unfortunately. And by the end of the day, before you realize it, you know, this is, you know, messages going all around. And especially now, you know, there've been a lot of rumors going on about, you know, certain members associated with particular parties apparently carrying extra ballots and stuff like that. So rumors will, you know, will be very prevalent at this moment in time. But the most important thing is to sit down, relax. If you don't get it from NBC or the ACN itself, it's, you know, it's probably not true, or other credible news sources, of course.
We keep saying citizen journalism is a real thing. Everybody is a journalist at this time. Well, we will be crossing over to our colleagues. There is, you know, a breaking story that is happening right now. Well,
They want to know what is happening.
You just go ask us. Ruan.
Just explain what it is.
What's happening? Yekas, Ruan, can you just tell us quickly what's the commotion that's going on here at the LM Primary School?
Unfortunately, the commotion and altercation that's taking place right now is from the caretaker. He is a bit under the influence and he's not in his right state of mind. So I asked officers, please, let's get him, you know, in order, and maybe call a few more reinforcements just to get the situation under control, man. Because this is not nice at all. It's a bad view, man. For everybody here and everybody watching, I really apologize for this inconvenience, and I hope the situation will calm down soon. Yeah.
Apart from that, do you think the process is still going good? Do you think that everything is in order?
Yes, everything is in order. Even though we had a few hiccups along the way, we did our best to overcome each and every obstacle. And due to our tabs being off right now because it's charging, we are using forms just to authorize the people to continue casting their votes. So we are still continuing strong, and we hope for the best.
Can you maybe please give us some information? What were some of the challenges that you faced today?
Some of the challenges we faced was really charging as they should, but we found alternative methods to, running smoothly. It was nothing we couldn't handle, because pressure nowadays, we have to push with it. Yeah, so we are good, and I believe the process will run smoothly.
Are you glad with the turnout? Like, have a lot of people come, and do you think more younger people than older people have been here? Or
Sure, to be honest with you, at this moment, I was shocked when I went out at 5 a.m. this morning. The line was already, I counted the line, and I was like, we're only opening at 7 a.m. If I have to give you a roundabout, let's say it's more or less middle-aged people, younger people, and then the old people. But everybody's coming through in numbers, and I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was Rian Biekus at the polling station here in Allen Primary School. Back to the studio.
Thank you so much, NH. That was NH, our reporter at Elm Primary School, where an unfortunate incident, as you just witnessed, happened. We don't really understand what led to that commotion. Of course, it might be as well, the long hours of waiting, patience. Tempers will flare, but we're just glad to see that the law enforcement agents and everyone else responsible for security were able to bring it under control.
Yeah, Jonas, it has been a long day. I think, not only for everybody, as much as we are all excited about the 27th of November, it's definitely been a long day.
Definitely. With that said, we will be crossing over for our colleagues who will be bringing you the 8 o'clock news, and we'll see each other again at 9.
Cuthbert. She's the presiding.
And for that, we thank you very much. Your participation sets a powerful example for others. It shows that voting is not just a right, but also a civic duty that every eligible voter should fulfill with pride and responsibility. By voting, you have contributed to the consolidation of our democracy. What are the emerging issues during the voting day? While polling was in progress, there were issues which emerged, and the Commission has engaged itself to resolve them and ensure that every Namibian who registered is given the opportunity to vote. Some of the issues include the following: heating of tablets in some polling stations, particularly those who were operating in tents. We experienced that tablets were heating up because of the high temperature. This interrupted polling at some time because we have to switch off the tablets to allow cooling off and then continue. Second, ultraviolet light running out of the battery. In some senders or polling stations, the batteries for the ultraviolet lights were draining faster than anticipated. We moved fast to source extra batteries and supplied to the polling stations so that polling proceeds accordingly. Third, running low on ballot papers. Some polling stations ran low on ballot papers because of the high vote turnout, as people were free to vote at any polling station nearest them. We quickly moved into source ballot papers from other polling stations in the vicinity and supplied them so that polling continues uninterrupted. And I want to emphasize here that we have sufficient ballot papers in the country. As we have already shared with you, at the time of printing the ballot papers, we have enough. What we have been doing is to redistribute the ballot papers where they were found as a shortfall. Therefore, I want to assure the Namibian nation that we have ballot papers, and at the moment, we are busy sorting out to make sure that wherever the ballot paper is short, they are secured or distributed accordingly. And this is allowed in terms of the law. The fourth one is staying longer in the queues. The Commission has observed and noted reports regarding some numerous of people complaining of slow movement of the queues. I should state here that the Commission engineered the process to ensure that the people do not stay longer in the queues. However, so many factors could delay the process, including human factors. The fifth one, voter left behind by mobile polling stations or mobile polling teams. We got reports that some voters were left behind by mobile teams, besides being on the queue in good time. In so many instances, in some instances, we have directed the teams to go back to those polling stations to make sure that they cover those voters. The Commission attended to every incident that has been reported so far, but in the meantime, we encourage voters who are still on the queues to remain on the queues, as we are committed and obliged to attend to all of them, and this is required in the law, that if you are on the queue at the close of the poll, we have an obligation as a commission to make sure that that particular all voters are attended to. We are taking any complaint received seriously, and we are working on modalities to assist voters on the queue to vote, as I indicated, because any voter or all the voters that are still on the queue, we have any obligation to make sure that they cast their vote. So, finally, I want to encourage all the voters that were still to make it to the polling station to do so, and for those who will be found on the queue will be attended to. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peter Sharma. Well, that was the Chief Electoral and Referenda Officer of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, bringing us an update and updating Namibians on how the election process was faring, and also addressing some of those emerging issues and challenges that have been raised by Namibians. And he also explained how the ECN has addressed and is addressing those challenges. Namibians, you still have about 15 minutes to still go and make sure that you stand in that queue and have an opportunity to cast your vote. Do not be discouraged. Make sure that your voice is heard. It's over to you, Theo, in the studio.
There are times where
moved a bit faster this time around.
voters that are standing for a very long time in the queues. The question that you want to ask is, why are you here? It has been my political culture to look at those that have done wrong.
We went immediately here to Evans. When we went in, it was a bit we've done. He said, I have fulfilled my democratic right.
Voting continues here in the capital.
Democracy in its reality. So, but we are
good evening. It is just gone 14 minutes past the hour of 9. You are watching the special broadcast that is of Namibia Votes 2024. Today, the 27th of November, is basically the day where Namibians, millions of Namibians, head to the polls. That is, of course, for the presidential as well as the National Assembly elections. Voting basically opened this morning at 7 o'clock, and they basically closed exactly at 9 o'clock. Jonas?
Yeah, as we know, the polling stations have officially closed now. But if you did happen to still be there before 9 o'clock, that means you still are eligible to be assisted to ensure that you do cast your vote. Now, there was an interesting development. There were allegations going around that, you know, the ballots did run, and which they did in some polling stations. But Peter Sharma came out and made a statement saying there are more than enough ballots and they are being dispatched to the areas where they are needed. And obviously now that's also going to be a bit of an inconvenience for those who've been standing in line. Unfortunately, didn't get into the nitty-gritties as to how that situation came about. But before he got to that, he also touched a bit on, you know, the overall process in terms of how the election day was carried out. But this, of course, also now, you know, means that, you know, people have to stay much more longer at the various polling stations, because now what happens is that they have to be assisted as indicated by the chief referendum officer.
That's right. And for those that are already in queues at voting stations where the ballot papers, you know, have run out, they basically just have to stay in that queue. They will not be accepted at any other, you know, polling stations. They have to wait in that queue. For how long they have to wait, well, we do not know. But for news coming in, we do understand that registered voters at the Groothoop settlement are basically up in arms over what they describe as a lack of communication over ballot papers at the 3 polling stations that are in Groothoop. And the ECN officials have confirmed that they have been waiting for reinforcement from the head office in Windhoek since midday.
It raises now another set of questions now, doesn't it? Well, hopefully, you know, the situation will be resolved in a swift and peaceful manner, and the citizens, you know, have every right to complain about the absence of ballot boxes or whatever is missing from them carrying out, or them, you know, for them being allowed to to exercise their democratic right. I mean, you took the time out. It has been designated as a public holiday. The extension, doesn't seem like there will be an extension of the election day, so everything has to be completed today. Perhaps maybe that's also another question that the ECN will be best suited to answer as to how this whole thing came about in terms of, you know, the logistics and how people have been left out in terms of this very important, you know, element of the elections.
Yes, I mean, we've seen fights erupting, chaos erupting at some of the polling stations, but we would like to implore that is for everybody, you know, the registered voters who are basically in queues right now. We do apologize that you are in the queue. Please, let's practice patience. And this is basically your democratic right. We just want you to hold on a little bit much longer so you can exercise your democratic right.
I think the overall impression is that, you know, we have seen a lot of people that have, you know, demonstrated patience, you know, overall. There are pockets of inconveniences somewhere where, you know, the ECN could have done better. But overall, I think the impression that we have gotten is that, you know, people across various polling stations were served. Service was low in some instances. There were some stations that were swift, like where we went. And yes, we applaud the individuals, you know, the personnel, from ECN personnel that really conducted themselves in the manner that they did, and the pace that the service was delivered.
That's right. Now we will be here just to bring you an update of what is happening. If the ECN, has more information or an update on any changes, we'll definitely here to bring you that update. But as we still cross over to our reporters in the regions, just to give us an update on how the energy is, seeing that polls have closed exactly at 9 o'clock. Maria Kalushu is on standby. She is in Rehoboth. Maria, good evening, and it's over to you.
We are coming to you live from Rehoboth at Rehoboth Primary School. When you got here, we started observing. We were first at Soundwater. There were a few people there, and not like in the afternoon. In the afternoon, people were very few, and now in here we are now. I'm now with the presiding officer. Okay, ma'am, how was the processes today?
The process went very well. I did not experience any problems during the day, and I had a spectacular day.
Okay, Kathleen, in the morning when you got here at 7, you guys obviously opened very early and the lines were few. How would you say about the people that came in?
The people, they were very well mannered. I didn't have any problems with the voters.
Okay, what were some of the challenges that you encountered?
I only had one challenge with the voter verification device, but the IT came as soon as he could and he sorted it out, and we went on with our day.
Okay, Kathleen, are you able to tell us about the ballot papers, because there are messages circulating that some polling stations ballot were not enough. How was it by Rehoboth Primary School?
I had over enough. I even still have leftovers of it, so I didn't have any problems with the ballot papers.
Okay, Kathleen, what time did the gates close here, and what is your expected time? What time do you think you'll finish with the people here?
We closed at 9 p.m. and I think we'll finish maybe at 11, 10:30, around that time.
Okay, Kathleen, thank you so much. When you got here, at the few polling stations that we attended, presiding officers were really welcoming. Miss Kathleen, were we the only media that came here?
Yes, you were.
Okay, thank you so much. We also went to Oshakati polling station. When we went there, there was no one. All the voters had casted their votes, and the polling officials were just waiting to count. Before we get to you in studio, I would just like to ask Miss Kathleen, what time are they starting to count?
I really can't say, because there are forms that I need that I don't have, so I'm waiting on my returning officer for him to bring it for me, because it's forms that I need to fill in before we start counting. So I can't say the time.
Okay, would you like to say anything else?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. From myself, Maria Kalushu, and Tala Kasheta behind the scenes, thank you. Back to you in studio.
And that was Maria Kalushu bringing us up to speed from the Rehoboth Primary School polling station, and speaking to the presiding officer as well in terms of how the process went since they opened, and also just raising a few concerns as well.
That's right, Jonas. Everything started off very smooth in the morning polling stations, opening exactly at 7 o'clock. But Peter Sharma, Chief Electoral Referenda, basically mentioned that they only had 2 delays at 2 polling stations. But we do see that, at the end of the day, something, some way, perhaps didn't, go right, seeing that, ballot papers are finished, at some polling stations, but they definitely did say they are working on that. And for all our viewers, in case there are any updates and any changes, we are here, to bring you that update. They also mentioned, counting is supposed to start exactly immediately, after, everybody is done voting at a certain polling station. But we see that there are a few documents that are perhaps, not in sight right now at some of the polling stations. So the presiding officers also cannot give us a time or a date as to when exactly, voting will start. But as of tomorrow, we basically will be expecting statistics, on the ECN app and seeing, perhaps how many people have voted in the 121 constituencies around Namibia.
And also be interesting to hear from other reporters in terms of, how the things played out, may be good or bad. Obviously, I think each and every polling station had its unique set of challenges. Before we broke for news, we saw an individual, a scuffle that broke out at the primary school in Komostal.
That's right.
Where NH was covering. And it's been quite an exciting day, tiring at the same time. But I think we're all, waiting with bated breath to see what the results will look like. But of course, there's still people who are still in the queues across the country, at different polling stations, waiting for their opportunity to cast their vote.
That's right. And just to give our viewers an update on that story, it is chaos that erupted at the Elim Primary School polling station when a man suspected of being under the influence of alcohol caused a disturbance. Now, Ruwan Bierkes, who is the presiding officer for the Windhoek West constituency, stated that law enforcement officers, as we saw in the video, on the visuals on the screens earlier, intervened to remove the individual and apologize to the voters and the nation, and everything else went smoothly. And I think we alluded also to this, earlier, Jonas. It's like drinking and driving. It's not allowed. So it's also not allowed for one to basically drink, or show up, to a polling station drunk.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think some people took it out of context when they said, no, you got to consume liquids in this hot heat, it is hot weather. But unfortunately, thank God nobody was hurt during that scuffle. And once again, we did allude to the fact that, respect is of paramount importance in times like these.
Right. We will now be crossing over to NBC reporter Blanche Cordes just to give us an update on where she is finding herself and also how the atmosphere is, seeing that polling stations have closed exactly at 9 o'clock. Blanche, good evening, and it's over to you.
Well, guys, we are still traversing the Windhoek rural constituency, and from Turnout to here at the Omea polling station, the situation seemed to be the same. As you can see, just for the camera to pan, that the queues are still long, and that is now after the polling stations have closed. And what we have been reliably informed is the fact that the ballot papers once again have run out of here. Upon arrival, I did try to speak to the presiding officer as well as the police officers on the ground, and they all told us that they are waiting for reinforcement from Windhoek. Hence, they could not speak to us at this point in time, trying to sort out all the logistics there. But unlike Turnout, they did inform us that they have communicated the same message to the voters here in the queue. So it seems that the polling stations within the Windhoek rural constituency seem to have the same challenges, that is of running out of ballot papers, as well as all the other logistical challenges. So we are still driving around just checking how the voting process have gone. We haven't spoken to a voter who has, or a registered voter who has cast his or her
All right, we do apologize for that. Blanche Cordes says they're finding herself in Omea, giving us that update, seeing that it is late at night. It is exactly 28 minutes past the hour of 9. Polling stations are closed. People are still queuing up to cast, their votes, and nobody will be turned away unless you join the line from after. That is, of course, 9 o'clock. Well, Jonas?
Yeah, once again, just to touch on what Blanche just alluded to earlier on, it's the ballot papers It's not just limited to some of the polling stations that we spoke about earlier on, but Omea's also being affected, and there's talk of them waiting for reinforcement. Now, how long that will take, once again, your guess is as good as mine, and I guess only ACN will be in a position to give us clarification on that.
All right. Well, we now take a look at an insert produced by our colleagues who are in Katima Mulilo. That is, of course, Ndishishia Mufungu, as they wrap up the day in Katima Mulilo.
I'm here at the Katima Mulilo police station, which also serves as one of the polling stations, the 221 polling stations across the Zambezi region, part of the 23 polling stations here in the Katima Mulilo urban constituency. Of course, as you can see, voters are making their way to cast their votes. We also understand that inmates have had the chance to, of course, cast their votes here already. The police officials describe that process as fairly smooth, as fairly successful, and of course with no interruptions or disruptions whatsoever. And it has been a very successful day here at the Katima Mulilo police station. We continue to bring you coverage of the election process here in the Katima Mulilo urban constituency. We're currently at the Greenwell Matongo Primary School, serving as one of the 221 polling stations across the Zambezi region, one of 23 polling stations here in Katima Mulilo urban. I'm now joined by the presiding officer, that's Frishe, to of course give us an overview of the process so far and how it's going. Frishe, very good day to you.
Yeah, good day to you.
How are you doing? How are you feeling? How's the day going?
I'm good. I'm excited. The turnout, they are coming in numbers.
Fantastic.
A lot, yes. I'm also here with the turnout. Yeah, I'm excited.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Take us through, since the opening of the polls at 7 this morning, what has the process been? Have you experienced any challenges? Did you open on time? Take us through the day so far.
Yeah. So far, I've opened in time. It's 7. Like 7 a.m. So far, we didn't experience any challenges. Like so far, everything's going smooth, sharp, everything's perfect. I'm happy. Yeah.
Fantastic. You're of course covering quite a large part of Katima Mulilo urban. How many voters do you expect? How many ballots have you allocated for those voters here?
So far, maybe around 4,000. I think maybe expecting maybe around 2,000. Because so far I think I will give almost maybe 400 voters.
Yeah.
Almost 400 voters. Yeah.
Fantastic
400
stuff.
voters. So far I've issued almost 4 ballots. Where by each ballot it comes to 100 papers.
Okay.
Yeah. So far we've issued almost 400 ballot papers.
Fantastic. Of course, we still have a few hours to go till the closing of the polls. Take us through what happens thereafter, and are you anticipating that you might still have a few people in the queues by 9 p.m.?
Yeah, so far when it's 9 o'clock, our police officer is going to stand okay. So he's going to stand at the back of the queue. Just maintain law and order. So no one joins the someone joins the queue. Yeah. so far, like, the turnout, I think like people, they are still coming in the evening. Evening time.
Fantastic. Do you have a word of encouragement for those who still haven't voted yet? What do you have to say?
So far, I would have to say, like, come and vote for change, né? Yes, it's like we need change, like, voting like it's our youth. Yeah. Fantastic. It's our democratic right to vote. That's the only chance that you get, like, just voice out your opinions. It's through voting.
Fantastic.
People should come and vote.
Thank you so much for sharing. We appreciate it. All the best to you and the team. Thank you for being with us here. All right. There you have it, of course, Presiding Officer Fisher just taking us through the day that is, the day that was so far, of course, since opening the polls here at the Greenwell Matongo Primary School, describing the process as fairly successful. She is happy. They're expecting quite a huge turnout here at this particular polling station. We're here at Shukuma, of course, one of the polling stations here in Katima Mulilo. As you can see behind me, people are casting their votes. They've been here since early this morning and they continue to do so. I'm now joined by the returning officer of, that is, the old assembly. That will, of course, serve as the collation center. Ms. Carolina Diaz has been running around the town of Katima Mulilo, ensuring that everything goes according to plan, and is here now to give us an update of the process so far. Ms. Diaz, a very good day to you. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good day. Thank you so much for having me.
Firstly, how would you describe the day up until this point? Have there been any challenges? Is everything going according to plan?
Thank you so much. No, everything is going well. We did not have any challenge, by the way. It's only that we are having a very high turn-up, more especially with the youth, which is good and encouraging. And, it's only that this time in the evening now we are now expecting a very high turn-up, because our people, they like to wait until when it is late is when they will be coming to the queues. So which I really want to discourage. With these few hours which is left, let's make sure that we go to our polls, because last minute it's really not good. Yes.
Of course, here you say that, there's a high youth turnout, and even looking at this current queue, there is definitely a high turnout of young people. This can be credited to the voter education that the ECN, of course, conducted across the country. Just how well was that process for the Zambezi region?
Wow. Voter education in our region is Zambezi. They were on the ground. Be it, on radio, be it moving around anywhere, everywhere in the region, to make sure that every person should know what is expected from him or her as a citizen of this country. Even the youth, and also, they were there to teach the people on how to vote, so that at the end of the day, we do not have rejected the ballot papers. Yes, it was really very good. People, they know precisely what is expected from them. Yes.
Of course, you will be at the collation center. You are the returning officer for the Zambezi Regional Council Legislative Hall, which will serve as the collation center once the polls close at 9 and once the votes start coming in. Talk to us about that process from there.
Yes, we are going to be there as you have seen when you were there. Now it's already set up. I have already signed in. Everything is ready, just waiting for that time, for that clock, when it will clock, so that at least we can start. We are 100% well prepared. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Of course, 52,179 registered voters, quite a large figure. We are expecting a high turnout from that figure. How soon do you think the results might be ready from the Zambezi region?
Yeah, looking at the high turn-up also which we are having, as we don't want to leave anyone behind, we are going to follow the procedure where it is very difficult now to tell or to anticipate what time. It will just depend that time, because now it is still very early for me to say what time, because we really need to capture everyone at the end of the day. Yes.
Fantastic. Just lastly, your message to, of course, the voters, but also to your personnel, the ECN personnel who've been working very hard since early this morning. I understand many of them have been at their stations since 4 a.m. already. Just perhaps a word of encouragement and a word of thanks to them.
Yeah, our training, it was good. Honestly speaking, like last night, we never slept. We have to make sure that everything is in order. All the forms, whatever what is expected from ECN, we have to make sure that everything is in order, so that it must not delay us at 7, that maybe we should start running around to looking for A, B, C, D, which is not there. So, yeah, I just want to encourage our colleagues. I know it's hectic, but it is something which we have trained for, and we know precisely what is expected from us, and what is there is just for us to deliver, nothing else but to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Diaz. We appreciate your time, and we certainly wish you and the team all the best for the remaining hours, and of course that important time of counting and tallying those votes, and of course handing them over to, that is, the election center back in Windhoek. Thank you for your time, Jan.
Thank you so much.
There you have it, Carolina Diaz. She's, of course, the returning officer. She will be later on at, that is, the Zambezi Regional Council's Legislative Hall, that is the Collation Center, where all of the votes from the 221 polling stations across the Zambezi region will, of course, be tallied and handed over to the ECN Center, of course, making sure that everything goes according to plan. As you heard there, she's fairly satisfied with the day so far, saying everything has been going according to plan.
Thank you so much, Shishi, for bringing us up to speed in terms of what's been happening on Election Day in the Zambezi region. Let's now cross over to Martha Mafangeo, who's coming, who's going to join us all the way from, well, not all the way, but she's here in Windhoek, Kuriakap Okapale. Martha, over to you.
Thank you so much, Jonas, for having me. Currently, we are at Kuriakap Okapale, which is situated in the Samora Machel constituency. The first stop we've came to was actually at Greenwell, opposite Evelyn Court, where we have observed long queues. People are lined up. People came in a huge number just to make sure that they partake in this democratic process. However, these citizens raise concerns that people are actually jumping lines because they've come at these polling stations at 4 o'clock, including those that are expecting and those that are nursing. They actually are worried because, as we all know, that Greenwell is also one of the locations in Katutura that has a high number of unemployment rate, which is also leading to a high crime rate. And now currently we are at Okapale in Kuriakap. The situation here is quite fine. People are calm. They are just waiting for developments. And right here, I'm also joined by the presiding officer who will just take us through to developments. And yeah, thank you so much, sir, for joining me.
So, good evening, everyone. Good evening, viewers. So, my name is Matthias Nangolo Joseph. So, I'm the presiding officer here at Okapare Kuriakap A. We have 210 here. As you can see, people, they are still queue up to go and cast their vote. And as per directive, we were supposed to close exactly at 9. But now we receive a new directive that all polling stations should be open until that further notice. So whoever is still going to come is going to queue up, and then they will be assisted until such time we are going to receive that directive that the polling station should be closed.
Okay, so does this mean that you guys actually don't have a limited time whereas you guys are going to have a cut-off deadline where citizens are going to cast their ballots?
So at the moment, we don't have a cut-off time anymore, as we were already directed that we can continue, and then all the polling stations should be still open.
Thank you so much for joining me, sir. Okay, that you heard it from the presiding officer here situated at Okapale Courier Hub. We just urge citizens to come out, for those that are still at home, just to come out here. As you have heard that there is no time yet. They are not actually restricted to any time that they are supposed to come and join the queue. So right now it's quite hectic here, but unfortunately there is chaos erupted on this side, whereby Amshelelo is here. He's here. We're just trying to find out what is actually going on. Amshelelo is here causing commotion, so we're actually trying to find out what is actually going on.
This guy is drunk. Bring the lights. This is a drunk officer. Chikongo has given instructions to say any officer who is drunk must be arrested. Today, listen here. Don't let me take this cap off. You understand? You are drunk and you are going to sit today in the cell. You understand here? Come here. You are drunk. Hello, Chief. Are you going to do a walk or must we do citizen arrest?
Now it's late. It's the one tolerating the...
Must we do citizen arrest? Yeah? Must we do citizen arrest? You will come for him. You cannot come for him. You must arrest him. He's drunk now on duty.
Viewers, this is Michael Amshelelo, who is causing chaos here at the Okapale Courier Hub. He's an activist from the NEFF political party, and he's claiming that one of the police officers are actually drunk. So we actually want to get a diverse perspective of what is going on, because he's accusing of the police officer for being drunk, while citizens are also acting and raising their concerns that he's accusing of the police officer of being drunk, but he seems also to be drunk. So we'll just actually take you guys through to what is actually going on. Okay, we'll actually get more updates on this. It's actually good being here, but unfortunately, we are unable to actually ask questions to these parties that are actually causing conflicts at the scene. But it was nice having me here at this live broadcast. It's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Martha, for that update. Quite an interesting turn of events there.
Yeah, interesting developments there happening at Okapale, Jonas.
Yeah, firstly, I think the latest development that was revealed by the presiding officer stating that...
Yeah, let's start with that one.
They were saying that they've no time limit as to when they can close. We were informed, and we did inform our viewers that 9 o'clock was the closing of time, but according to the presiding officer, they received a new directive. We don't know now if that applies to all the polling stations, or this is only specifically for that polling station, where we have seen quite a number of people still queuing up with the hopes of casting their vote.
That's right, Jonas. We've seen queues, this late, from all our reporters, sending that information through. But for perhaps some of the polling stations that are closed, do they open to allow, people to basically come in and cast their vote? Can people move from one polling station to the other? Perhaps if I heard that there are ballot papers at a polling station A, can I move from polling station B to A? I think those are some of the questions that need answers this morning. On to the second item of development.
Yes, I mean, Michael Amshelelo is not new to drama. If indeed the allegations that he is leveling against the law enforcement or the police officer is indeed true, then it's very unfortunate. Yeah. But that still needs to be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt.
That's right. And I feel like one thing that we all need to practice is respect. I do personally, I do not agree with citizens, ganging up, on a police officer. Like, Michael mentioned, should we do citizen jailing, citizen arrest? I don't think that is basically, the right way to go about this. Perhaps the other officers can perhaps or just take up that matter, and then maybe Martha can also just bring us an update later on of what is happening at Okapale, seeing that she will be there for quite some time.
Fortunately enough, we have institutions that have been established to deal with that.
Yes.
Our job is to wait for the facts to come out. We cannot go about news based on allegations. But once
That's
again,
right.
if that is indeed the case, then it's very unfortunate, especially on this day where people were encouraged. The everyday citizen was encouraged to stay clear of alcohol, before going to any of these polls. So. High standards are expected of our law enforcement agencies, as the word entails, law enforcement. But once again, it's one of those things where we really have to step back and let the law take its course. There are procedures and there are institutions that will deal with this, hopefully.
Yes, quite an eventful turn of events for today, the 27th of November.
Absolutely.
As Namibia has or holds its 8th presidential as well as National Assembly elections. Well, we will be in your company. That is bringing you an update of what's happening, throughout Namibia for these elections. For now, let's take a break and we'll be right back.
Tete Monqueo. Came here to vote. They want to cast our vote.
Welcome back now on some more updates from our reporters. We'll be crossing over to NH Naubeb, who's at Namotuni Primary School, to bring us up to speed as to the current state of events at that polling station.
We are currently here in the Kadutura East constituency. Those gates have been closed and the last people are ready to cast their votes. And so far so good. We are joined here by the presiding officer, Ms. Omvulu. Ms. Omvulu, how was the process?
The process was quite good. So the people were really showing up from the opening up to now. We have not gotten any rest, and it's a good thing to say.
Have there been any hiccups along the way during the voting process?
Not really. You can see that the voters are ready to cast their votes, and they are well prepared with all the materials like the voter cards everyone have. And we didn't really expect it, or can I start over?
We are live.
We didn't really had an issue with voters not having all the requirements that they were needed to have for them to cast their votes.
Was the turnout what you expected? Were there a lot of people, and majority was it the younger people, middle-aged, or older people?
For that, what I can say is that all the age groups showed up. The youth, the elderly, everyone showed up. Yeah.
So everything went well. The process went smooth.
Yeah, the process went smooth from our side because we really we were ready for this, and then yeah.
So the last people are busy casting their votes now. So what is going to happen now?
Right now we have instructed the police officers to stand behind the last person, and the door have closed. So what we are going to do now is we make sure that everyone that is inside the school is going to cast his or her vote. It doesn't matter what time it's gonna be, we have to attend to them because yeah.
Thank you so much. That's it from me, and it's Mwabe back to the studio.
Thank you so much, NH, for that update coming from Namotuni. We will continue still bringing you some updates from some of our reporters. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We're still coming to you live from the NPC headquarters and bringing you everything relating to Election Day. We'll now cross over to our reporter Blanche Coreses, who's currently at Aris to give us an update in regards to the polling stations there.
Yes, we are here now at the Aris polling station, still in the Windhoek rural constituency. I must mention that ever since we came here, we haven't had that much complaints from the eligible voters. Still in the queue, just like all the other polling stations, still in the queue. Some of them sitting, chilling. However, here, ballot papers are still intact. They are still able to vote as by law that after the closing of the polling stations, nobody who is here in the queue or still in the queue anywhere else at different polling stations are to be turned away. And as you can, I'm sure you guys can hear how the voters here in the queue are in good spirits. And here I've encountered or I've met the lady who is called as the head girl of the group. And as with any head girl, she has just finished voting and to tell us about how the experience was. How are you, ma'am?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing okay. So how was the process? I know when you came out here, you were all in a jovial mood. Hello, is it hola, hola, hello, hello? But that really gave me an indication as to how the process must have been inside for you. But do tell us, how was it?
Okay, first of all, being a first-time voter, waking up this morning was really exciting. I was in high spirits. I was so ready to have a voice finally. So to cut the long story short, I was at the first location. When I went there, they told me I should come here.
Where was it?
Hamani Seminar Center, just a few kilometers from where I am right now. So we were told that no, they would close there at 1. So we should come here. Since we are so far from the line, we should come this side because this side would be early because they are starting here at 2. And that's what we did. So we packed our camping chairs and then we came here. When we came here, we were standing in the hot sun. Standing, and I told myself I will not move. Whether the sun turns me black today, I will not move.
Is that how you earned the nickname Head Girl?
Yes.
So what is your real name?
Yet that was not the part I aimed the name. I was looking like a very quiet girl there, just sitting minding her business. And then all of a sudden, it got dark and things got serious and the hunger kicked in. And the people are not coming, ECN is not coming and whatnot. Fine, we are trying to organize ourselves and get ourselves in order. All of a sudden there's commotion. There is the people who stay here and now we are being labeled the Windukas. I said no. My voter's card does not say Winduka, it says Namibian. So that's when I got up and I said, no, let's just be honest with one another. Let's all stand in one line as one Namibia, as one nation. Why are we now Aris and Windukas? So that is where I gained the name because I stood from the corner there and I came to stand right here.
So you were the voice of the voiceless?
Yes. I said I will stand for my... And they tried to cause commotion among us saying, okay, you who's making so much noise, come to the front. I said, no, I know who was in front of me. Whoever was in front of me will go in and I'll go after that person. I will not jump line all in the name of wanting to go in first. Let us all be fair because we're all burning in the sun there.
She was coming to her real name, sir. She was coming to her real name.
Suddenly they started calling me Sarafina because I was standing here like I was about to sing Freedom is Coming.
Okay.
So that is how
now, what is your real name?
My real name is Mushabati Masule.
Okay, Mami, the polling stations have, the clock has ticked past 9 now and they have closed, but by law the voters cannot be turned away. They are still to vote. And I see your classmates as they head girl, they are still in the queue. Just a word of encouragement for them not to get discouraged to also cast their votes in this very important exercise.
My only word of encouragement to my fellow people is that, guys, don't give up. It's nice there when you're holding that pencil and you're ticking who you want to tick. Trust me, you want that joy. You want that joy. So hold on. It's almost over. Let's go.
Well, hold on. It's almost over. So back to you guys in the studio. Thank you, Edgar.
Thank you so much, Blanche. It's always such a great pleasure that we were just having some light-hearted moments in light of the fact of what we had before. Despite the seriousness of the situation, there's still people who are able to see the lighter things, the lighter side of things.
And fight, for their rights,
Absolutely.
Not physically fighting, but also basically just fighting, to go out there. It just basically shows how the youth or how one is very serious in order to exercise their democratic rights, because we always speak about be the change that you want to see, but people actually, are taking voting seriously, and people actually want to go out there and vote.
Yeah, and I admire the energy that she was having, standing up to whoever wanted to bully her and saying, "Look,
freedom."
No, let's not do that today. Let's just stand here as one Namibia, one nation, and then see this thing through. And hopefully, everyone will be able to cast their votes, tonight or after midnight, whatever the time may be.
That's right, Jonas.
Let's now cross over to John, who's on standby, Johnny Konja, to bring us up to speed.
Denver, a very good evening to you and of course the entire crew in the capital. We are still coming to you live from the Oshana region in Oshakati West constituency, where of course voting is still being carried on. We do understand that the initial cut-off time for voting is 9 o'clock, but we still have a queue outside of people that still are going to be coming to vote. So we're coming to you live from the Ipumbu Senior Secondary School here in the Oshakati West constituency, and we have not experienced any hiccups as far as we observed from when our team arrived at this very polling station early this morning before the polling station even opened. We have observed the main gate of the school already closed, meaning that there are not any more individuals being allowed in this very yard of the school to come and vote. But for those that are still in the queues are yet to complete their vote. But to give us an update on what's been experienced is Helvi, who is the presiding officer at this constituency's polling station. A very good evening to you, Helvi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good evening. How are you?
Good, thank you. Helvi, talk to us about how everything has been happening here at the polling station. What has been your experience so far? What are some of the challenges that you experienced?
Yeah, the voting process went well in a quite well manners, and and we are still having people outside, and we are running out of ballot boxes. And we still have maybe plus minus 200 people in the queue.
So what are some of the challenges that you experience apart from the ballot boxes that you have run out of?
We don't experience any challenges.
So what is the next process then that's going to be happening after this?
After we are done with the people queuing outside, we are going to close our poll. Then we went for a counting process.
Did you speak to any of the people that came to vote, any of the participants here? What did they actually are more concerned about? What are the questions they're asking the ECN, especially you being the presiding officer?
No, people, they are only asking how is the process going. Yeah.
And the support from the police, how is the ECN working together with the police to maintain law and order so that also that there's no trouble here at the polling station?
Our police office, they are doing very good. They keep order outside inside the polling station. Yeah.
You have been here since as early as probably 3 a.m. I'm sure to prepare this polling station, and it's now going to 10 o'clock. How is your experience? I'm sure you must be fatigued, but how is this process going for you?
How the process is going so very hard. We woke up around 2 a.m. in the morning, and we start our election process in 7 o'clock, and we came here around 2 to 4.
Okay.
And the people were already queuing outside the school, maybe around 2. And we let them in the schoolyard around 4 o'clock. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Helvi, and wish you all the best for the entire evening.
All right. Thanks.
Well, you have heard from Helvi that the process has been going well so far. The support from the police has also been very well. We spoke to a couple of first-time voters who just left a while ago who actually are excited that the process is going smooth. It's very quite quick. Apart from what we have, of course, seen earlier in the capital, it's not as hard. And you can see that we are still here in the polling station where the voters are still casting their votes. You see the 2 ballot boxes in my background. You see the ballot box, of course, of the presidential candidates, as of course of that as the National Assembly. But for now, this is all we have for you from Oshakati West constituency, where we are bringing this live coverage, of course anticipating the results from here, and we'll be bringing you that live update as the day progresses. So for now, it's back to you, Denver.
It's actually Jonas, but thank you so much, John, bringing us that update from Oshakati Chanangobe. Is it correct? Oshakati Chanangobe, right?
Yes.
I think I just wanted to confirm that.
Why? Because I'm from there?
No,
I'm
I
from
never
the
knew you
north.
from there.
No, I'm from
That's
Ndangwa.
another discussion for another day, but thank you so much, John, for that update. Let's quickly cross over to Renate Rengura, who's joining us all the way from Uis. A very good evening to you, Renate. Thank you so much for making time to join us.
Good evening, Jonas.
Thank you so much. Renate, perhaps maybe just to start off with giving us an overview of the events today and how they played out.
Jonas, we have been driving for more than about 300 kilometers, covering a distance in 3 constituencies of the Erongo region. Namely, we were in Omaruru constituency, Karibib as well. We are now in the Daures constituency, which is a bit more rural compared to the other 2 constituencies. So we are currently at the Uis Conservancy office, where the voting or the polls has just closed. The people are currently busy with the counting, and very soon they will be posting those results from this center. So they are working quite fast. And earlier on, also in Uis, we visited the community hall just a few minutes before the polling station closed. And we observed people that were queuing up by that time still. But these were not these type of long queues as that we have observed all over the constituencies around noon and in the late afternoon. This was just, few people in the queue. So at that specific polling station, the Uis Community Hall, we spoke to the presiding officer just to get his view as to what has happened during the day. He informed me that he received about 400 voters at that polling station. He was definitely not impressed with that number because he was expecting the residents of Uis to come to the polls. The presiding officer also said to us that they did experience the issue that has been experienced by many other polling stations, where they ran out of ballot books after serving these more than 400 voters at the community hall. But they made arrangements very fast, and they were able to get more books so that there was no delay in the election process. But we also engaged party agents at that specific station, who generally told us that they were impressed with the manner in which the polling officers worked over there, because they were professional, they were friendly, and they were able to make a plan real fast when they had run out of these ballot books. Yes. The party agents also revealed to us that in the queues at UIS, many young people turned up today. They really represented their peers. With regards to the pace, we asked how fast the queues were. The agents told us that it wasn't much of a challenge. On average, people would spend about 30 to 40 minutes in the queues and then get inside the polling station itself to cast their vote. The agents expressed disappointment, however, in the fact that ECN polling stations in some areas had run out of the ballot books. Yeah. So they urged ECN to do much, much better. But generally...
Renata, just hold on. The issue of ballots is becoming quite a recurring theme now. In terms of the reporters that we've spoken to who have communicated with presiding officers. Do we understand why this has happened? Did you perhaps try to find out, the mathematics of the ballots as to why some places are running out? What exactly is the reason, if you perhaps did find out?
Like here where I am at the UIS Conservancy polling station, I had asked the presiding officer earlier why they ran out of books. He just told me that they were issued fewer books. For example, here 500 people voted, but they were only issued with 400 ballot papers. So maybe, according to him, it was an issue of, they were just not given enough material because they were expecting less people to come.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that for us.
Yeah, but Jonas, generally the atmosphere here in UIS is calm, and most people at the polling stations. We didn't see a lot of queues after the polling stations closed. So, yeah, counting has started here.
All right, brilliant. We'll be looking forward. Yeah, go on ahead.
I know, it's okay.
All right, thank you so much, Renate. Highly appreciate your contribution and bringing us up to speed.
All right, thank you.
All right, that's our NBC reporter, Renate Rungura, all the way from UIS, bringing us up to speed in terms of what they were able to observe during the course of the day. They did do quite a lot of driving today, with 300 kilometers, but they also did mention that, look, they at least mentioned they did manage to allow everyone to vote, and counting has commenced.
Which is basically good news, and that is the news we've all been waiting for. As voting, counting is supposed to start today, and going through that is, of course, until the 29th. Hopefully, we keep to the timeline of the ECN.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looking forward to those results. And who knows, you is quite far down the alphabet, but might be the first one to give us the results. In the meantime, we'll be crossing over to
Ndapanda Shuya, who is on standby to bring us an update of what is happening in her region.
Good evening, Jonas, and good evening, Dapo. I hope you kept your promise that you are also going to cast your votes today. Well, I have here in the Oshkoto region now, we have crisscrossed the region throughout the day as we woke up around 4 o'clock, just visiting various polling stations at areas like Neharija Mpingana, Ngodi constituency, Omuthia constituency, Guinness constituency, and all the other polling stations that we visited, just to ensure that we gauge our viewers on what is happening on the ground here in the region. Now, I'm standing by Ondika polling station, which is in the Omuthia constituency. We are here this morning where we found a sizable number of both young and old in the morning, but as we came towards the closing of the polls, it was mostly the youth that were casting their votes. Now, they closed off just a few minutes ago, and I'm joined by the presiding officer just to tell us about the process that they are going to commence with now. Thank you so much, Mr. Hosea, for joining us this evening. Tell us about how was the day today for you at this polling station?
Good. It was. I'm happy. We really experienced a lot of problems just the things that we have been expecting. So I think as from now we are going to start with the counting process, and there are a few of the political agents there.
Yes.
Some of them have been election agents, and now there are a few of the counting agents that we are going to accommodate now in the counting process. So I don't have really a lot of complaints. I didn't experience a lot of problems today.
The presiding officers as well as, party agents, have they raised any red flags here at this polling station?
They didn't raise any. That's why I'm happy, because I think they were happy with the process. Because if they were not, they should have raised their concerns.
Jose also spoke to me off camera about the dynamics when it came to the people that actually turned up to vote this morning, as well as just throughout the evening, running towards 9 o'clock when the polling stations closed. How was the voter turnout for you here?
For me, I'm happy. There were a lot. I didn't expect them to be that much, especially the youth. That were, to say, good mixture of gender and mixture of ages. Because especially in the morning, the elders were a lot, but throughout the day until the late, we've been receiving a lot of youth. So I'm happy with them. I can't complain a lot about that.
Yes, you are going to kick off with the official counting of the ballot papers that were cast throughout the day. Tell us, what time should we expect the results from this polling station?
Yeah, might be roughly an hour from here on, of course.
All right, thank you so much, and have a pleasant evening as you go and do the final stretch of this very difficult but important job. Mr. Hosea.
Thank you, madam.
All right. We have crisscrossed, like I said, most of the 11 constituencies here in the Oshkoto region. And as we speak, the Omthia Elsin has also commenced with the counting of ballot papers. They will be heading there just to get the information on whether by the time we get to them, they are done counting. And then we will also share the results as they come in from these respective polling stations. Now, there are still other constituencies that are experiencing ballot shortages, but the ECN electoral officer here in the region told us that, or informed us that they are working around the clock to ensure that ballot papers are sent to those respective constituencies and polling stations so that people are able to cast their votes today. From me, Ndapanda Shuya, and my cameraman, Martin Stefanos, is back to you in studio.
And just to basically answer your question earlier, Jonas and I definitely did practice what we have been preaching throughout. We definitely also fall part of the statistics of those that practiced their democratic right.
What did they say again? Wazala?
Wow, okay, yes, so Wazala, let's do that. Well, for now, we cross over to our colleagues Denver Kisting as well as Ilago Shitatela, still finding themselves at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. Denver, Ilago, it's over to you.
Well, Ilago, it's 10:30 on this Wednesday, the 27th day of November 2024. A few absolute truths exist as far as I'm concerned. It's been a long day, and I think overarching consensus exists around that, but also that we are resilient as a people, we're vocal as a people, and we're very serious about Project Democracy, and we're committed to participating at all costs. Those are my observations.
Those are also my observations, especially from what we have been seeing that our reporters who are on the ground have been showing us. Considering that the lines up to this point in some areas, in some polling stations, are still long, shows the commitment that the Namibians have to ensure that their voice is placed in the box and they decide on the government that they would like to have for the next 5 years.
Absolutely. Now, you had an engagement earlier with the Chief Electoral and Referendum Officer, Mr. Peter Sharma, here at the ECN during the primetime news. And he conceded that there are some challenges and also encouraged the Namibians at the time, it was 9:15 to please make their way to a polling station station, and irrespective of what time it is, provided they were there before 9 o'clock, they would be accommodated to try and accommodate also what were the shortfalls, as he termed it, for what happened during the day, and that the ECN is committed to also deal with those challenges as they unfold.
Yes. What we do not have right now is the number of people who have cast their votes already, but I'm sure those numbers we will start receiving tomorrow when we are back on air, of course, and we will ensure to give that information to you, the viewers, so do not despair. The NBC will ensure that you are informed and kept abreast about all things happening, and as soon as results start trickling in, you too will be receiving it right here live on TV and as well as on the platforms that are provided by the Electoral Commission of Namibia, that is the website as well as the mobile application.
Allow me to thank you, Elago, and all our colleagues, Jonas and Dapewa in Studio 2, who did an incredible body of work during the course of today, and they're still at it. Many a colleague who had to participate in Project Democracy whilst at the same time inform Namibians, and it unfolded in real time. So I need to acknowledge the NBC and all our team members for their great efforts thus far.
Yes, including the reporters and the presenters that are on the ground with their support technical teams, of course. They are doing an amazing job, and we are happy to be doing what we are doing, which is informing the nation and fulfilling our mandate as the NBC. Denver, just before we close off, earlier on when we were on air, we did indicate that we had not voted, but I don't think we informed the Namibian public that we eventually got to it and got the ink on our thumbs.
That's why my thumb, Elago, has been very strategically placed. The left one above the right one, so that that message can be inferred based on what it is that they can see. Because if it were nail polish, right, it may have been a bit more consistent, also affecting the other nails. But this is limited to this nail. So we managed, and we're grateful to have had the moment to participate in this process, to participate in the 8th edition of the National Assembly and presidential elections, whilst also doing what was our responsibility.
Yes, and for those that are still in the queues, all the best, and we are happy that you are really trying to exercise your democratic right.
And the graphs and the statistics and the pictures and the numbers that Elago took us through theoretically earlier today, tomorrow those pictures will start taking shape. I'm sure those zeros will start showing some figures as the picture unfolds, but we are committed to bringing you that picture as it does get colored in during the course of the day.
That is indeed correct. We will be back tomorrow morning again on your screens right here. That is from the headquarters of the ECN.
Yes, from the Central Elections Results Center. But in the meantime, from me, Denver Kisting,
and from myself, Elago Shitatala,
and the entire team of Value Chain Adders, I want to say, it's bye-bye until tomorrow. Back to you, Studio 2.
Thank you so much, Elago. Thank you so much, Denver. Good night to the both of you. Jonas, it's time for you and I to say our goodbyes.
Yeah, it's been a long day. It's been an exciting day, and the scenes that unfolded somehow reminded me that, you know, this election is got to be one for the books. It's almost like a Telemundo, you know, soap. You just never know what's going to happen.
The year
looking
of
forward
elections
to
and expectations.
Absolutely.
That's right. Well, it has been great being in your company this morning, the 27th of November. It definitely has been a long day, but we would like to thank you, our viewers, for tuning in, for sticking by us as we inform you, as we give you updates from across the regions as to what is happening on this day. We'll be back also tomorrow early in the morning, bright and bushy-tailed. That is, of course, at 6 o'clock for this special broadcast of the elections. Tomorrow, the 28th, we are looking forward to counting the votes. Absolutely. And basically also be crossing over to all our reporters in the regions, also just to give us an update, and also perhaps just to wrap up today and, you know, see how the day goes. And yeah, we would also like to thank everybody for going out there, those that are eligible, registered voters, to basically, you know, thank you for casting, you know, your votes. Thank you for exercising, you know, your democratic right. And for those that are still in the queues, let's practice patience.
Right. And just one more thing, for those that haven't yet downloaded the app, you can find it on Google Play and the Play Store. It's a very light app, doesn't take too much of your space and also doesn't consume too much data. But you will have an advantage in terms of, getting real-time results as they slowly trickle in, and of course, approved by the ECN. And you can also check out elections.na, that's their website, for the latest election results for both the presidential and National Assembly elections. With that said, it's cheers.
From myself in the Power Mbambi and Jonas Mbambo and the entire team right here at the NBC headquarters studio 2 will be back tomorrow morning exactly at 6 o'clock. Until then, it's good night and goodbye.
Bye.